proceed with the budget meeting.
Mayor,
And
motion.
as you know, Councilmember Gonzalez did arrive.
Yeah, so,
Traffic, yeah.
yes, yes, the vote.
Mayor, do we need a motion? Do we need to open
Favor.
this meeting or
We
something?
need to reopen this.
Yeah, I was watching.
All right.
I was watching.
I'd like to make a motion to bring up fire.
Second.
Second.
Okay, motion second, all in favor?
Mayor, if I may step in before fire comes
Okay.
up. I do know you have some communication today, because I know that we have a gentleman
have
here that
citizens'
wishes
comment.
to have communication with the council.
Citizens'
So,
comment?
and anybody else that has public
Is it
comment.
citizen
Mayor,
comments?
motion to bring up fire after citizens' comments.
All right,
Yeah,
go
and
ahead.
just to clarify, we're opening the budget workshop, yes.
Correct. All right,
So I would begin with the communications, and I know we have a.
all right, go ahead.
Mayor,
Yes.
you have the comment card?
All right. This is the resolution. That's a resolution, communication. Let's see what it's at. Okay. I just get the names.
Mayor, the first citizen that signed up for public comment, Monica Rodriguez.
Monica Rodriguez.
Good afternoon, Mayor. Good afternoon, council members, executive staff, and public. My name is Monica Franz Rodriguez. I'm here on behalf of the Libre Initiative and myself as a Laredo resident, and of course, I'm here on behalf of the public. Our objective, what we're working on right now, from now till the end of the year, looking forward into next year, is ultimately property tax reform. We have a 4-point property tax reform plan that we are working on, but one of those facets is, of course, local government spending. We don't have to wait till the next legislative session to be able to take action now. I'm very excited, Councilwoman Figueroa, to see you lead the charge as far as really saving money for the taxpayers. I would like to see that ferocity and action applied in all areas of our budget. And so with that, I just want to say, in learning Laredo history, beautiful history, we all know that there was a Republic of the Rio Bravo here in 1840. And there was 2 gentlemen that ultimately gave their lives. That was Jose Antonio Cepeda and Sanchez. And so I just want to reiterate that there's blood, sweat, and tears in the streets of Laredo. We have modernized, we have streets paved over, but there is a history here. There has been many people that have followed in their footsteps, and the time is now for you. You have the opportunity to be the hero from now into the future. You have the opportunity to champion on behalf of the people. The feedback that I'm getting from a lot of our constituents, your constituents, residents, is that they really are struggling. There is a stagnation or inflation, stagnation in the economy, and it's real. You personally may or may not feel it. If you're a business owner, there's business owners that are feeling it. There's people just paycheck to paycheck, and my heart breaks for them. So on behalf of these people, I'm asking, please, as we're reviewing these budgets, as we're making decisions, whether they be elections or otherwise services, we can't cut services, we can't cut quality, but there are better decisions that we make. So on behalf of the Laredo citizens, I humbly ask you to please be very thoughtful in all of your decisions and be very fiscally responsible. May the Lord bless you all, give you the wisdom and the discernment that we need as a community to be able to move forward. I do want to say something, but this has to be in Spanish because it only can translate in Spanish. La ciudad de Laredo es el pulso de Texas y el pulso de la nación. Nosotros somos el tesoro y tenemos que cuidar de ella. Laredo is the heartbeat of Texas and the heartbeat of the nation, and she is a treasure, and we really have to truly value her. May the Lord bless you all. Have a great day and make good decisions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any more citizen comments?
Heriberto Avalos on item number 2 for the budget.
Good afternoon. Sergeant Heriberto Avalos, President for the Laredo Police Officers Association. Honorable Mayor, honorable council members and honorable city managers. I'm here today just to show gratitude. Since our last meeting, negotiations have commenced. We're hoping that by next week, we will go ahead and bring this home and close this out. The only issue and concern that I had was that I believe we passed a police budget. I just want for it to be noted that it does not reflect the numbers that we have for negotiations. I want for our police officers, we want to show transparency for them, but most important, we want to be transparent to the citizens of Laredo. And with that, thank you, council.
Thank
All right,
you.
thank you. Any more citizens' comments?
Mayor, those are the only two comments.
All right, we'll proceed with my communications.
Yes, Mayor.
Presentation by mayor providing general comments on any city matters, upcoming initiatives, and other relevant updates for the council and the public. As mayor, my responsibility is to make sure that the public understand the true nature of the financial decision before the council, not rumors or assumptions or incomplete information. There had been discussion about whether the city can adopt the police and fire budgets before the new collective bargaining agreements have been finalized. The public deserves clarity on what is actually the proposed budget and just as importantly, what is not. And for example, the proposed budget for FY 2026-27 police budget is $102,841,107. This budget includes a general assumption of a 4% annual COLA for personnel costs. However, the police collective bargaining negotiations are ongoing, and the proposed budget does not appear to identify a separate appropriation specifically designated for the financial obligations that may result from the new CBA. That does not mean that the city cannot approve a budget before an agreement is reached. It does mean we need to be transparent to the public about what has been budgeted, what has not been budgeted, and how we intend to pay for any additional obligation that council may ultimately approve. Here's my question to the city manager, if you would elaborate in a while. Does the proposed budget contain any specific appropriation, reserve, contingency, or other funding source intended to cover compensation increases or other financial obligations that may result from the 2026 police collective bargaining negotiations?
Sir, Mayor and City Council, and thank you for that, and thank you for the words from the police union as well, too. We have a lot of different opportunities in here, and we talked about this a little bit yesterday as well, too, is that we've approved a regular police budget at this point in time. We have ongoing conversations within the CBA agreements. Now, the nature of a CBA agreement is longer than a one-year budget. I want to make sure you have that confidence within that. We will have a 4, a 5, or a 6-year long budget within both of our CBA agreements. That means that we will be negotiating up or down within the numbers that we provided. We'll be negotiating left and right as well, too. We have the opportunity to build into the model a multi-year solution to any of these things. And I think that's where Sergeant Alvarez is talking about it as well, too, is that he just wants to make sure that the membership knows that we are working diligently for a full-time solution of this. And Mayor, that the same thing will happen here as this. We have built into the budget some tentative numbers in order so that there is no big, large swings within the budget. But we also have the partnership that we have with both of our unions in order to make all those pieces work. And so the idea is that if we build it out in a multi-year, we eat that elephant just bite by bite rather than all at one chunk. And both of the unions have been open to those conversations with where we're headed. So don't think about the budget as an end result. Just think of it as one of the legs within there. I think the confidence that I want to make sure that the unions know as well too is that we have, from our conversations from the council meeting before, we are reinvigorating these things, and I believe that we are coming to the terms of where we can take care of our staff, take care of these individuals for the work that they do for us, and actually protecting our taxpayers, protecting all of that structure in there. It's a really nice model of where we have. I just don't have all the specifics that I could just say, this is where it's going to go, but I want to give you the confidence that we are working together to get that resolved. The budget you passed today, or the budget level that you passed today, will match up to exactly where the CBA agreements are going as best we can see in that. And so there's a lot of opportunity there for that structure.
All right. Any questions? No?
With that, Mayor, we had a motion to bring up the fire department.
All right, there is a motion.
The second.
Second, all in favor? Opposed, motion passes. Fire Department, staff report.
Thank you, appreciate it. Give me both.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, City Management, Guillermo Hurd, Fire Chief. I have my command staff here with me to give me support. And also, I'm just going to go over our budget that we're proposing for the next fiscal year. Feel free to ask me any questions in between. I'll be happy to answer it. It's a quick, this is a quick slide. Essentially, this is our mission and vision statement. Essentially is our primary objective is saving lives, and then afterwards, conservation of property. Our vision is to always be ready for duty, as our logo says, to be prepared to serve the community, and also to be prepared to make sure we take care of the people that wear this uniform day in and day out. This is a quick organizational structure of the fire department. We have the operations division, administration division, arson and prevention. That's with the fire marshal, training, safety, and compliance. And then we created a new Office of Financial Services to help me manage our revenues, our overtime, our personnel to make, now we have a civilian assistant in that. Quick overview of our current full-time employees. Currently, right now, we have 419 firefighters wearing the uniform today, including myself. We have 51 cadets, 2 academies in the pipeline. One is set to graduate next summer, and one is set to graduate at the latter part of the year. And then we have 22 civilians. So that gives us a total of 492 FTEs. We are authorized at 469.
I have a question.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Chief, can you introduce the gentleman behind you?
Oh, yes, of course. Starting from this side is Deputy Chief Ricardo Cedillo. He is in charge of training. Deputy Chief Robert Gonzalez, he's in charge of operation. This is Deputy Chief Luis Dominguez, he's in charge of administration. And this is our Fire Marshal, Andres Jimenez.
Thank you. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Quick overview of the fire department at glance. Currently, we have 15 stations. There's an asterisk beside the 15 because we do have, we activated the personnel for the 16th station at the Buena Vista station, but we should be completing the 16th station by this year. We have 15 fire trucks or engines, that's another word to say it, 4 ladder trucks, 13 ambulances, 1 ARF unit, that's the airport unit. Currently, we're an ISO class rating of 1. Our budget, proposed budget is 84.2 million, and currently we're a candidate for the accreditation to be accredited hopefully by next year or the following year.
Go ahead.
Chief Hurd, and apologies, I don't see it further on, so I'll ask here. How many ambulance calls do you get a year?
Currently, we get about 28 to 32,000 calls a year. The majority of our calls are EMS. 85% of our calls are EMS. That is a standard for most fire departments in the United States. Even though we're a fire department, we are considered an all hazards department. We provide all kinds of emergency care for the community. Fire is our main one, EMS, hazmat, rescue, all those are our primary objectives in emergency calls.
And how many fire calls do you get?
We get about 4,000 to 6,000 per year. That's about 15% that we get. And they have been going up. The EMS calls, the fire calls, they have stayed about the same. I will credit that to our community risk reduction team, which falls under the arson and prevention under the marshal, Sparky, when they go make sure they enforce suppression systems, fire alarms. You know, sometimes it is a costly investment, and we do see that to the community, but we always tell them it's a the return of investment is really high. You know, you invest about $20,000 to $30,000 into your sprinkler system, but at the same time, you'll be able to protect your $500,000 or $1 million investment with that type of system too. But we work with all our customers on that and give them the education in order for them to understand that.
And one last question, do you see an region or an area of the city that is for want of a better term, producing more calls, or the calls come from there more than other places? And would that be associated with older infrastructure that doesn't have some of these modern protections?
So I can give you, it's not in that one, but I do have a supplement presentation. I don't know, we have that one? Do you have? I know it's a question that I usually get asked about our EMS calls. So let me, I will be able to explain that better with the presentation.
And I'm happy to wait.
And I apologize that it's
No,
not in the
not
main
at all.
presentation because it was not part of the structure that we were given, but just in case you were gonna ask me, I did have it prepared.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you.
this is the billing that we do, but let me skip over that part. And I can always go back to any part that you want. So this is a quick recap of our calls that we've done since 2022 and year to date. 28,000, and it's gradually increased. The majority of the calls that we go to are not transported, actually. We don't transport most of our emergency calls. And then you can see the fire calls on there too. Here is a heat map since 2022. So on the left side, it's the ambulance calls, and on the right side, you see the fire calls. So the most important ones to notice is the red. The red are the ones that have the large amount of calls per year. The blue is the moderate amount of calls. So as you can tell, the large amount of calls are on the central and the south of the city and the west side. We have added, in 2024, we added another ambulance in the downtown area, District 4. And you can see the call volume is still the same, but they all changed blue because we added another ambulance. But in the center of the city, you still see that is the most, that's the area that we have the most demand. And as you can tell in the last year's, it's also the center of the city too.
So do we have do we have two ambulances in that area, or is it just one ambulance?
One ambulance, and that ambulance that covers there is by the Nixon station.
So that's your highest,
That is our highest peak.
so why haven't we just budgeted for a new ambulance for that?
Mayor, may I? Well, and this has been a priority over the past couple of years, has it not?
It has been something that we've needed. The request has come in, but it hasn't been part of the plan and the approval for it. We were approved in 2023, we were approved the personnel for a fire truck and an ambulance in South Laredo. And 2 years ago, we were approved the personnel for a fire truck, ladder truck, an EMS captain, and a district chief for North Laredo. That is the mile marker 15 area that serves both District 7 and District 6. Those personnel will graduate in summer and will be able to service that area. Now, an ambulance, we have requested one, the last budget and this budget, but they have not been approved. But there is a big need there.
So why not?
So one of the things in discussion, because I know it has been mentioned, is I look back with my team to look at the strategic alignment of the personnel. Currently, I have 51 cadets. 38 of those cadets are to activate a fire truck, ladder truck, EMS captain, and district chief for our 4th district. Currently, we have 3 emergency districts, and because of the span of control, we need to move into 4. Now, there's an opportunity, we can strategically align and hold off the EMS captain to the following year, and we can activate the ambulance for this coming budget with that personnel. The soonest I can activate him is summer of this year. I've had brief discussions with management on it too. Now, it's a realignment of the personnel. So here you can see 38 FTEs were approved. 15, like I mentioned, for the truck, 15 for the ladder, 4 for the chief, 4 for the EMS captain, 38 total 2 years ago. So this is an option that we do have, is I realign the personnel, and I would use 14 for the fire truck, 14 for the ladder, 4 for the EMS, 4 for the district chief, 0 for the EMS captain, and 6 for the ambulance. Now, the only challenge with that is because of minimum staffing is you need 6 people for an ambulance. So this time we can activate with the 6, but I would request from council, if we do go there, that we may be hold later, because we never hire 1-for-1 because of leave, personnel cost. I always need to account for the personnel that are not gonna be there. Then if not, I'll have to supplement with overtime. So it is a challenge here. So this is the only, can it be done in short, council member? Yes, we can.
All right, go ahead, continue.
Okay.
What,
Okay, so as I mentioned, our fire department at glance. Some major accomplishments that we've had. We've graduated 27 cadets in the beginning of the year to activate personnel for the South Station. We've enhanced our leadership and development programs. As I showed you with Laredo College, we started outsourcing with our higher level organizational partners. We've expanded our health and wellness division. On operations, we've added a fire recovery service, expanded our fleet. As I mentioned, in the last 6 years, council, mayor, you have guided us and provided to us over $20 million of new fire trucks, ambulances, which is a big need in the fire department. And in organizational excellence, we've started the accreditation process. We've reorganized to be more efficient, more fiscally responsible. And we started advanced planning for the fire station in the north. We broke ground for fire station 16. And we will be also advancing the fire fleet, which is the fire shop for our $20 million investment. That will also be done close to Doctors Hospital beside one of our stations in the north. Some of the strategic goals that we have coming in the next year is we continue the accreditation process, maintaining ISO Class 1, advanced Station 17 planning. We're going to start the design for the station. Recruitment, developing, retaining workforce, expanding EMS financial sustainability. One of the things that we're going to be doing with that, so the fire department has always done the operation and the health department has done the billing. Starting October 1st in the next fiscal year, we will be inheriting the EMS billing department into the fire department. We are already starting working with health on that. So we'll be doing the service and we'll be doing the billing at the same time too. Internal audit, at the same time, coincidentally, has been working and doing a analysis of the billing structure. And there is opportunities for growth on it. I've met with Ms. Tina, and there is some good opportunities for us to continue billing and also collecting at the same time. I will bring you back once we do the reorganization of the structure. We assess them in our department. I can bring you back a presentation and show you exactly what we're going to be doing. I know I've been talking with budget and that, and it looks very promising. But of course, I will bring you back a presentation so you can actually see how we plan to structure it now that it's under the fire department.
I'm sorry, Mayor.
Go ahead.
But when you do that, can you please include the why we charge and why we do those type of things? I think a lot of people have asked me, hey, when EMS goes to my house, why do I get charged for that?
Even though I pay with my taxes, right? Yeah, we get that question a lot.
Yeah, so we need to inform the public about all of that. But more importantly, you and I had spoken at length about anytime there's an emergency call that requires something out of the ordinary. For instance, the airplane that wrecked over there, who we charge for that and why we charge for that. So it doesn't have to be today, but I'd like for everybody to hear that presentation because I think it's vitally important that the public understand that this is just not a freebie for everybody.
Yes, sir, of course. And something that I do mention to the community members that ask me that question, I tell them that what you're paying also is for us to be more in standby and be ready to respond. But when we go and provide that individual care service to you, that's why we charge that. Some people don't agree or they do agree, but it is a common question that I do get asked. Speaking about revenues in the fire department, the largest revenue that we're going to be seeing now because we're absorbing it is normally our revenue would be over $2 million, but now we're going to be absorbing the revenue from the ambulance service, and that's going to be, we're projecting about $7 million. And now to our expenses. Our biggest expense is, we're no different from any public safety department or any fire department, is personnel cost, yes. Some of the major fund changes, 1.9 is for personnel costs. That's where personnel are getting promoted, graduating from the academy, all of that, that's contractually obligated. Some of the major investments that the monies that you'll be investing into the department are, of course, continuing our academy to make sure that we have the right structure. On our personnel, the billing division that we'll be inheriting, continue investing in our fleet, and technology is very, very important. The benefits to the community are, of course, improved staffing, reduction of overtime, revenue recovery with new opportunities for us to bill, and better service. And with that, faster responses, preparedness, and public safety, which is the core of what we do. And again, looking ahead is we will be designing Station 17. With Station 17, the personnel will be graduating. We do have a plan already that while we brought to council a couple of months ago for us to purchase 5 acres by North Laredo. The personnel will be graduating in the summer. We have a plan already that we will be putting in one of the acres, a temporary fire station as a structure. While we construct the station, we'll be able to provide the fire truck there and provide emergency response quicker, which is something that I know is asked continuously by the stakeholders, and I know Councilman Veleza and Councilman King asked me about it. So we'll be able to provide that service, and then the following year we'll be able to build the station because we're going to focus this year on designing on it. So that is a compromise that we did, but it will continue providing community response on our side.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes, go
And
ahead.
that structure, what's added to that structure? Is just the structure, just a station, just a mobile station, or does it have cover for your trucks and all that? Because
Yep.
at the end of the day, we understand that you have hoses, you have rubbers, all that. Is there? I'm just guessing if there's another structure covering to support the vehicles or your EMS trucks and your
Yes.
your trucks.
So we're working with the architect on that. So it's going to be a 4-man station, temporary structure. It's going to be high grade, firefighter proof, because and then we are going to have a carport, and then we're going to have like 2 Connex boxes, one for our gear to make sure we separate the bunker gear because we don't want it inside the station because we don't do that already because it contaminates cancer risk. And then another one would be for gym equipment because we want to make sure that our personnel is always fit. So that is in the plan, but it'll be in one of the acres. I'm going to speak louder because it went out.
it went out.
One of the acres that is not going to interfere with the construction. So all of that is being very thoughtfully thought out to make sure that we plan it correctly. And I want to make sure that if they're going to be there for 6 months to a year, I want to make sure I provide my firefighters an area that they will be comfortable in it because they have to make sure that they're sound of mind when they respond in it. Sure. Thank you for the question, Councilmember. As I mentioned, we should be completing Station 16. The fire fleet, which will be completed also, will continue the accreditation process, the national accreditation process, and we're also starting an accreditation process for the state, and health and wellness expansion, and continuing investing in our technology. And that's it.
All right, well, I do have one question. In your health and wellness expansion, do you include the psychological support or counseling to your?
Yes, sir. So as you can see if you've driven by Del Mar, we've now started the remodeling of the station. We started a couple of years ago, and I do thank Councilmember Gutierrez and Councilmember Melissa on it. We replaced the roof, and right now, after that, we're doing the phase 1, which is the old constable's office. And you can see the signs right now. That is going to be where we're going to have our peer support team, our chaplain, our psychologist. Unfortunately, we did have something tragic happen in the fire department a couple of days ago. She was here within a couple of hours because she was in Houston, and we're going to continue expanding trainings, but that is what specifically that's going to be for. So I do want to thank John Orfila because due to the budget constraints, Public Works came in and they're making it under budget, and we're going to be able to provide that service for our firefighters that is needed. And we'll be able to share that building also too, because that was the plan with police department too, because they go to the same calls that we do too. So.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Mayor,
Yes, go ahead.
Chief, thank you so much for that. And the much respect that we have over here for all your personnel and everything that you all do. I want to thank you all for being here today, and especially to thank everybody at the fire department for everything that you do. as a municipality, I think, and I personally think that our number one job is to keep our citizenry safe. And you all do that. The police department does that very well also. But just for the record, can you tell me if it is by law that we have to have people or stations within 5 minutes of any call that we get for a certain response time?
No, it's best practices.
Okay.
It's best practice.
Not by law, but best practice.
Best practices, sir, so. And so, we're supposed to have 4 to 6 minutes for the first unit to arrive, and then within 10 to 12 minutes, the entire package to arrive. And I'm talking about structure fires.
Right.
For ambulances, it's about the same too. There is actual standards also of how fast we're supposed to answer the phone, how fast we're supposed to get in the unit. So there's the best practices and the standards, and we continuously check that to make sure that we're meeting that response for our community.
Which is why the fire station in the south, the fire station in the north are strategically placed there because we need to meet those standards.
Yes, sir. And then about 4 years ago, we did have a consultant come in, a public engineer, recommended to me by different chiefs from Texas, and he analyzed our city, and he told me that's where we needed a station by Buena Vista, a station by mile marker 15, a fire truck by the airport station, by the loop, and then another station over there by where Texas Highway 84 and Mines Road meets. That is gonna be our 18th station. That is in the 5-year plan right now, so that is not an immediate need, but because of the growth, we are gonna need one there too. Have been working with Mr. Chavez on that to try to get donations for the land, to start preparing for that. We don't wanna wait till the year before to try to get that.
Great, thank you very much.
Yes, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, Mayor, may I? I wanted to circle back to the map that you had earlier with the ambulance
Yes, ma'am.
call numbers. And just in past city workshops, again, it's been mentioned that the new ambulance would be in the Station 6. And would that help bring the call volume down? I know that this is a priority and it's in Central Laredo. And obviously, like you mentioned, the closest station is by Nixon.
Yeah.
And this is a priority that we keep bringing up year after year, and it's not something that we're seeing on this budget. And so you mentioned there is a path forward, and I would like to request that council consider this ambulance for this budget cycle.
So to answer your question, ma'am, too, is adding an ambulance is not gonna reduce the number of calls, because it'll still happen. What it'll do is reduce the number of calls per ambulance, and also quicker response, because the central part of the city is the one that has to respond, and when they're out, they're supplement. So having two there is a quicker response, and more on the medical side, the quicker we get there, the most important.
It would improve response time.
Yes, ma'am.
Chief, one of the questions I did want to ask is, if there's an emergency and the patient asks to go to either hospital, how do you make that decision? Do you ask the patient, or it depends on the emergency?
First, we have a protocol, and we've thoroughly reviewed it with our medical director, Dr. Garza Góngora. First is, if the patient's stable or unstable, if they're unstable, closest facility. And closest facility doesn't always mean freestanding ER. It has to be between the two large hospitals. But if they're stable, it's patient choice. So for the majority of the time, it's usually patient choice. If those critical calls at major MVAs, heart attacks, strokes, closest facility, we daily communicate with the hospital so they can tell us what their capacity is, and also sometimes they have certain on-call services, but it works well. So the city's big, but not too big, but we always take patient choice into account. And that's a common question that we get, Mayor. The only times that we override it is if the medic on scene feels that it's to the benefit to go to the closest facility. It doesn't happen very often, but we do that.
Yeah, in that sense, true, because they have their provider, their primary provider in either hospital.
Yeah.
So.
And we try to be as cognizant of that as possible.
Mayor,
May I?
She was first. You were first.
Thank you, appreciate that. I do think that's important when we're talking about perhaps the addition of an additional ambulance, because it is the minutes that count.
Yes, ma'am.
So stroke, heart attack, the quicker that those patients can be seen and can receive You know, my husband's a cardiologist, he calls it Drano, but the medication that you can receive after a stroke, minutes really do count. And then it is amazing that a medication like that can clear it, and you don't have negative effects from it, which is a gift of modern medicine, but it is time dependent.
Yes, ma'am.
And so the idea that there may be a delay because you're waiting for an ambulance coming from some farther station, I don't know that's unacceptable. I mean, I agree with Councilmember Alyssa that perhaps this is something we need to consider during this cycle. I did want to thank you for opening up the Ciliato, I cannot say that word, Ciliato Lindo.
The Silito Lindo one?
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Fire station, because that relieved pressure on the station and Highway 359.
Yes, ma'am, it will.
And now the residents, because Highway 359, for whatever reason, our crazy city limits go out miles on this very thin strip. We are responsible for the patients at Las Blancas, the last neighborhood on 359, and now I do feel that their service, their safety is better served because that ambulance service can remain in that area. And I appreciate that service that you've done for them.
No, it's a team effort, ma'am. I just have a great team behind me, and we're always analyzing and saying, what do we have now? Is it still good, or do we change it? And that's why we're looking, while I do need a captain, strategically, right now, we do feel that the ambulance would be more beneficial. Now, it's a challenge, like I mentioned, with the FTEs, but we do within our own budget, there is a way that we can get that.
Well, if Councilmember Alyssa wants to make that motion, I'm happy to second it.
Yes, that would be.
Mayor, if I may?
Yes, go ahead, Council.
So I kind of want to dissect this because you did not identify this as a request in the budget, correct?
No, it's in my 24 FTEs that I have requested it in the budget. This budget, I requested 24 new FTEs, fire truck for the,
But not the one that Councilmember Cigarroa motioned for?
yes, that's the one. It's 9 FTEs for the ambulance, 15 for the fire truck by the loop. So those,
Because you just said that it wasn't in your request.
oh, I'm sorry, I misspoke, ma'am. Then, no, it wasn't the request, it wasn't approved.
Okay, but, so we have a balanced budget without that approval. So what is the impact to the budget to add that? We're adding that, or we're swapping it for something else?
My recommendation, or what I'm bringing to council and mayor is, I understand the budget is balanced. There is an opportunity that I'll change the FTEs that are coming and use the current CIP that I was allocated to create an ambulance, activate the ambulance, buy the ambulance, and start servicing the community by summer without impacting the budget. But what I would ask is next summer is that I would be made whole on the FTEs that I'm using.
Yeah, but so that's the thing, it's like, I have gotten calls about this ambulance request from some of your
Yes.
cadets over the years as
Yes,
well,
yes,
to
ma'am.
try to get us to push this fire truck. So my concern is that we are now telling you what you need when you're not telling us that that's a priority for you. So that's the caution that I have with us getting these calls from our, associates or people that we know or whatever, to ask you, to ask us for certain things, because you said that it was unfunded, so you identified like your priorities. If we do this, now we have to make room in the budget for this ambulance. Is that because now we're gonna have to add additional FTEs later on down the line. What is the impact to the budget, and do we have room for it? Because we're going through negotiations, we're going through all these things, we have all this needs left on the table, and we have all this money that we don't have, that we have to come up with. So how much money are we gonna have to come up with in a couple months to fulfill this like imposition onto your requests?
No, it would be for not this fiscal year, ma'am, for the next fiscal year. So
how much is that gonna be? Cause now we're gonna have to for sure carve that out.
for the 28 fiscal year, not for the 27 fiscal
And
year.
how much is that?
Oh, that'll be if 9 FTEs, you're talking about $900,000 in salaries.
That you already were gonna ask for, or now you're gonna?
No. So this budget year, I did request 24 FTEs, which were not approved, and I understand why. But the need is there, so I looked at what the FTEs that were approved 2 years ago, which are cadets, and they're not ready to get the line till summer. What I'm saying is I can carve out enough personnel to activate the ambulance without impacting the budget this upcoming year.
This year.
This year.
Mayor, if I may, I'll take a shot at trying to simplify it as well too. What I would recommend is follow the chief's recommendation as to what he's asking for. I think everybody gets what they're after as well too. Within that, we have that structure. Just be aware that what he's asking for is that we still have to manage our growth within that future process. So my recommendation would always be follow the chief's recommendation where it's at. It does touch on the need for the ambulance. It touches on where the trucks need to go and everything. It gets everybody where they want to go. I think it might be the simpler way of walking through this process.
Do you mean
Mayor, if I may.
not to incorporate the motion that was made? and
I would
just
say
let
that I think the
approve what
motion, the
There's still
motion
discussion.
itself is not really necessary if the motion is to follow what the chief's recommendation is.
Oh,
Right, what the presentation, what
That's
was
right.
presented to us.
That's, and so I think that the motions do some of the same things, but I don't know if the motion took it far enough to match up to what the chief was asking.
Chief,
Right?
so a couple of numbers, and I'll help them not off with my numbers, but you mentioned between 28,000 and 32,000
What was that,
calls.
sir? I'm sorry?
My numbers that you said, or the number that you said, were between 28,000 and 32,000 calls, so average it out at 30,000. So averaging it out to about 86 calls a day, divided by the 14 ambulances we have, is about 6 calls in a 24-hour period per ambulance, correct?
Yes.
I mean, and then about this,
Yeah, yeah.
going with this.
If we do it all equal.
If we do it all equally,
Yes.
right, exactly. This particular station that you're talking about, in particular, 6 calls in a 24-hour period is not very much, and that, I see an issue with that.
Yeah.
So I'm asking this, well, I'll leave it at that. I'll just motion to approve what you presented.
Okay.
There's already a motion on the
Mayor.
One of the things,
Full discussion.
Mr.
I'll
Neville,
retract mine.
one of the things was just to make sure that the amount that being asked for is, or being spent is the amount that we have in the budget.
Yes, sir.
Mayor.
And Mayor, and what the chief is sharing with you is that he has a plan that matches up to where our budget is at, and it still moves everything forward.
Correct.
There's some future prediction in there that we have to walk through, very similar to our conversation on our salaries as well too. That's not we'll walk into those things. It's a cautionary tale is essentially what the chief is sharing with you, that we have a plan. I would always recommend following the chief's plan.
well, Mayor, just to bring it back real quick, he hasn't finished, right? And then there was a motion, so I think we need to vote on this.
We have a question here, Councilman.
Yeah, I just have one question, Chief, and I see that map, and that could possibly be the south in the near future. My question is, because I've seen sidewalks, district priority funds go to sidewalks, park amenities, which are all great, right? But this is a dire priority in that district. And my question to management is, because if I'm in those shoes in the future, may district priority funds be used to purchase an ambulance or to help purchase an ambulance? Because, I mean, safety is everything.
Yeah, and Mayor and Council Member, yes, I believe it can be done. I would consider that as kind of a program start. The other side of this thing, though, is that on top of it, we then have to make sure that we budget to sustain that purchase as well, too. And we do that anymore with through our M&O costs. But yes, the priority funds that we have, whether it be through the bonding, whether it be through your other funds as such, yes, we have the ability that we can do pretty much anything along those nature.
Yeah, I'm just saying because it's district priority. This is one of the
Mayor, if
greatest
I may.
priority.
Yes, go ahead.
I believe we may be stepping into the negotiation, because my understanding is every truck comes with personnel. You can't just buy an ambulance without also having the personnel, because that's part of the agreements by the union, is my understanding. I don't think we can just buy these things without also providing, so we could put in 500,000 as a priority, but now we've just put the city for like a $3 million potential personnel costs or whatever that additional requirement is, according to the negotiation. I think we're stepping into.
And Mayor and Council Member, yes, within the CBA agreements, we have essentially minimum standards that we have to meet. So it is not just buying an ambulance that runs, it is actually equipping it completely with that. And the chief alluded to some, I'll share that as well too, because I want to drive that point home a little bit farther. when we hire one person, it is not just hiring one person. It's not a one-for-one. Exactly what he's talking about. Every time we hire a new employee, because of their benefits and everything else, we hire 1.5 people. And so essentially, that's something that we haven't talked a lot on, so when we do that. But yes, we have to equip the truck. We have minimum standards in the CBA agreement, so if we add equipment, we have to make sure that we understand that within the minimum requirements of how we run every equipment best
So,
practice.
yeah, so Marin, thank you for that.
Yes, go ahead.
That is an actual, good point. In other words, if we motion to purchase an ambulance today, it'd be parked?
No, it wouldn't. So, because the personnel that mayor and council approved in 2024 have not been activated yet. They're being trained. It was for a fire truck, a fire truck, ladder truck, chief, captain. What I'm proposing is to use some of the personnel to use the ambulance. So the CBA does state, anytime we activate a new unit, we have to hire personnel, which we did already. Now, management rights has on what the department feels is the biggest need. We strategically looked at it, and the biggest need, talking with my team, is the EMS captain is a huge need, but we need the ambulance first. This does not violate the contract.
Right.
Because we looked at that thoroughly. I want to make sure that it doesn't violate. It's the FTEs that are in the pipeline. They're not at the station yet. So the ambulance can be purchased, and then we can use the same personnel. What I'm asking for is not FY '27, but FY '28, which is next October or next summer, that you would consider making us whole to make sure we have the offset.
Or circling back to my question, that you can use district
Yes, sir.
priority funds?
Well, I mean, that was
Yes, sir.
I don't want to answer.
For the actual ambulance, which is 500,000, for a purchase of an ambulance.
If I'm not mistaken, it was approved several years ago, just never funded.
The ambulance? The discussion did come up in prior meetings to do that. However, the chief and his command staff fill the vacancies, and then we had attrition that occurred as well. So-
Yeah, along with the approval, the chief enacted exactly, I don't know if I was here at the time that it did happen as well too, but the challenges, and the chief alluded to that a little bit, Mayor, is that there is the requirements of our minimum standards, and then, of course, the management, this staff here determine what the priorities are as to how we resolve those issues. So I would argue to a certain point, it doesn't matter where we're at with the call volumes. This team does a great job. Everybody is protected, and all the work is getting done the way it is supposed to get done. It is whether or not we can do it better.
Chief, Mayor?
Go ahead.
Oh, after, I'll have this in regards to something.
All right.
Mayor, may I? So, you heard Councilmember Gutierrez approximate the number of calls at all the stations across, and he said it was an average. How many calls does the Bartlett station get? If your team has identified that as a priority, what kind of call volume are we looking at?
They average 12 to 15 calls per day. The surrounding ones average about 8 to 12, and then on the outliers, you're talking about on the loop, they average about 4 to 5 per day. So
you're identifying a 3 times higher call volume in the central Laredo rather than its outskirts. And how many ambulances operate out of that Bartlett station?
One, ma'am, only one.
Just one?
Yes, one.
With a 3 times higher call volume?
Yes.
To me, that seems.
Yeah,
as
supported
if-
by the other ambulances, because we
Right.
place them strategically, and that has been a request that we made. So, but there's always requests, and I understand that. We looked at it again this year, and instead of the captain, we're like, we need an emergency district, but I said, I need the chief, but I can put the captain on the back burner, and I can get the ambulance first.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
So how long have you been going through this since, for like having those, that volume calls in Bartlett section? That's, how many
So that's
years?
always been the busiest area in the
And
city.
why haven't we past budgets budgeted for this? What what has been the obstacle?
I can only speak of when I've been chief, so the request has been the South Laredo, because of distance, that's why we put, 3 years ago, 2 years ago in the north. The request has been made, but I do understand that there's only so much monies that can go around, so that's why the requests still come in, and I need to be as strategic as I can for it.
With the growth.
For the growth.
Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
But with the surrounding ambulances, the surrounding stations around it, they cover what is necessary. to move some work from that station to the surrounding stations.
Yes,
Is
sir.
that correct?
Yes, sir.
And
That's the
what-
current market
And
structure.
what is the amount of time that it takes for an ambulance to get from station that was supposed to be called out on Bartlett to the next one in line? What is the time difference from what that ambulance can get to a certain location to where the supplemental ambulance gets to it?
So in their district.
I'm
they're
saying
suppo-
your response time more than anything else.
So in their district, they're supposed to get to the EMS calls between 3 to 5 minutes.
No, I understand where they're supposed to get to, but what is the difference if I call you from somewhere and ambulance one is busy and I need to go to the supplemental one? What's the time difference from there?
You're adding about 3 minutes to it. So the one that supplements the Bartlett is the one in Calton by the Sames.
Okay.
So, and then after that one is the one by Chacon Creek, Station 1. And then after that one is the one by Del Mar. So going all the way from there to pick up a patient there by Nixon, that's where you're looking at maybe 5, 6, 7 minutes.
The increase in time
Yeah, the
there.
increase, you're looking at double the time.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
So-
Mayor, there's a motion, and then I think you're gonna continue after the motion.
No, no, ma'am, I finished my presentation. I stand by for any questions, but I finished the presentation. I talked about what the request is, the calls. That was all it
So
was.
the motion is only to address the fire ambulance. I
Yeah,
believe.
you wanna repeat the motion, please? I said it was,
What is the motion?
The motion that I have is purchase an additional ambulance from district priority funds.
That was not the motion that was made, no.
No, it's,
Motion, that's a great motion.
You like that one, huh? I would take that too, so.
I'll second that.
I would
second.
ask Councilmember Figueroa to, if she could please repeat the motion.
yes, it would be to follow the recommendation of Chief Hurd in reprioritizing and with the path that you said was possible for this year and the coming year.
And let me ask
So
for,
funding the ambulance as a priority for this year with the FTEs required.
Mayor, if I may, but those are differences. So from what he's
Yeah.
presenting to what you're asking for are different things. If we're gonna accept what you're presenting, that's not including the ambulance, correct?
No, on the ambulance, so on my CIP funds that you approved with what engineering presented, I can reallocate those funds. Now, if you wanna.
To your to your designation, correct?
Yes, if you wanna prioritize district priority funds, I can use that, but I do have it in the CIP that I can use it. I just wanna be honest with you.
Well,
I mean,
Mayor,
if you don't mind.
Mayor, if I may,
I mean,
I just wanna
won't say no, right?
Mayor, I just want to
Go ahead.
clarify a distinction, because Councilmember Cigarro's original motion was for us to basically say that this was a priority, whereas I believe that discretion should be left up to you to decide whether that is the priority or the other route is the priority. So that's the problem I have with basically saying, you have to buy this ambulance and we have to staff it, when you might not find that as a priority, because it does seem as though we're averaging out, fairly well with the usage. Now, when we talk about response times, I mean, I just wish that we would put that same concern for like the Mines Road area, because we have been struggling with horrible response times to the point that people have actually passed away because ambulances can't get out there. And so I am sympathetic to response times. It's just nobody seems to really care about the people living in the Mines Road area as much as, I guess other parts of town as much. So, but if we are gonna go that route, I would like to see some more concern for other parts of town that also struggle with response time. But again, I don't wanna force this ambulance when you might not find it as a priority. So that's the concern I had with the original motion.
Mayor,
If-
if I may? Chief, I'm sorry, before. So, Councilwoman Figueroa, then would you accepting his presentation as is, and then he would decide whether he's gonna need to be that ambulance or
Well,
within his
no,
budget?
because we have talked about this year after year, and it's a very vague discussion, and then every year, it's not
Okay,
funded.
just asking for
And it's a
clarification.
need, it's not gonna go away. The central Laredo has an urban density, and it's, again, we're just
Mayor, if I
pushing
may?
go ahead.
down the
So
line.
just to clarify, her motion is to basically tell the chief to prioritize and ask the council to support that. If that doesn't pass, then we would, I guess, make a motion to accept your presentation. So if her motion includes making that a priority, I think we should ask for the vote on whether or not we want to agree to that. And if it doesn't pass, then we would decide if we just accept your
Well,
presentation.
may I, Mayor? I
Yeah,
just-
and before we continue, I think, Chief, you can tell us more what is needed, and you can decide, we need an ambulance, and then we'll decide whether to buy it or not.
Yes. So Mayor, council members, management, my request is for you to allow me to reappropriate the personnel as I have it in this slide. It is a need right now. I conferred with my command staff. It is a need that I need right now. I'm strategically realigning the FTEs. I will not break contract. I do have it in my budget. It will not interfere with the upcoming budget that has already been proposed to you all by city management too. So, but my request is if you would allow me to reallocate as I have it here in this slide, because 2 fiscal years ago, you approved 38 FTEs specifically for a truck, ladder, chief, and captain. So I do need council to approve that I realign the FTEs.
But you're not gonna realize, I'm sorry, Mayor. Well,
Go ahead.
are you gonna be pulling out from Cielito Lindo and the
No,
Cuatro Vientos
no,
area?
sir.
Okay.
No, sir, not
Mayor,
at all.
if I-
These are the ones that are in training. I am not touching the current personnel that I have.
Mayor, if I may, just question, so are you requesting or are you accepting the request are you thinking of the requesting the exception of what Councilwoman Cigarroa said? About
It
the
is in
ambulance?
line, it is
And
in line with-
it's a good benefit for you.
Yes, and for my firefighters and the community, yes, sir.
Councilwoman.
Mayor, it seems as though you're pivoting a little bit because you did not originally put that in your original. That's a side presentation. This presentation outlined your priorities and needs. And now you're asking us to shift based on a request from council. So you've prepared for that pivot. Now you're pivoting to say, okay, well, if you make that motion, I can go with this plan. But that's not what was in your original presentation.
So on that one, to answer that question, it is in my original request. I requested 24 FTEs, a fire truck and an ambulance. It was not approved through the budget process to get approved into this.
But this is the budget process.
Yes, so it didn't, the request came from myself to management for the 24 FTEs, 15 for a truck, 9 for an ambulance. It was not approved.
Okay, so management, why didn't you wanna support that? Why, because management didn't support that. Now you're asking us to support that when they said no.
Yes.
Okay,
Mayor,
so
if I
why
may,
did you all say no?
it's not that management, it's the request of Councilwoman Cigarroa that, requesting this. And I think it's already been budgeted, so it's within the budget.
Yes.
You can shift things around within the budget.
Right,
So
but I
it's,
just wanna know why they
Yeah,
didn't
okay.
approve it.
all right.
One at a time, please.
Mayor.
And Mayor and City Council, on the topic of that, of course, it is a prioritization of exactly what's going through every step of the way. So, the chief declares what his priorities are. We try to fit it all within the budget. It starts with the chiefs and it ends with the chief's recommendation. What the chief has presented to you, though, is in an alternate process that still matches up to all these needs as well, too. And that's where I do want to address just a little bit on Councilmember Cigarroa. The motions were different, but it's no different from an amendment of a motion that's been laid on the table. Her second motion that she did matched up with where the chief was at within this process. So I think that we got there.
Yes.
We just came.
But my
we just
question,
took a path
Mayor,
around.
my question, I think the question for Ms. Pettis is, why did you decide, not the chief, why did you decide or management decide what was priority to the firefighters, to the fire department, not the chief? Instead of saying if the chief wanted the ambulance instead of the firefighter truck, why did you decide to go, hey, this is what we're gonna give you, not this?
Yeah, well, and it's not, and if this was a higher priority within the chief's recommendations, because again, our recommendations are always to do the best job possible. What the chief brought to me was this alternative that says that we can utilize it within this budget and know that we're moving forward in the future for that. So it is about balancing out the budget, balancing it out to the amount of money that we believe we're going to have and trying to match that all up there. If the chief said that this was a higher priority than something else that they would have had, it would have been higher up on that list. So it's not just management saying, no, fire department, you can't move that way. There is a relationship back and forth as to how to prioritize that out. And then Chief and I talked about this
So,
even just.
let me rephrase that question to Chief. Chief, why is it that you didn't put the ambulance as a priority at the beginning, saying that if you needed the ambulances, why didn't you put it in the beginning for management to choose?
So one of the things to also to clarify is, the request was made for the personnel. I have a 5 to 7 year strategic plan with an ambulance, 3 ambulances, more stations. In that, like I mentioned, it was the station in the south, the north with personnel, a fire truck by the loop, and the ambulances too. So I requested 24 FTEs, but I also, within the 24 FTEs, I also applied for a grant from the federal government through FEMA. And depending on that grant, we don't get it, that, all those grants were suspended a year ago when there was a change in administration. They just recently opened up. That was another way to fund this personnel that I'm asking for. So the request from the fire side has been there. It has been there.
Yes.
You know, we put in the
But
request.
my question again, Chief, I'm not trying to be, be repetitive, but it's just, why didn't we put it in the priority if knowing that all these calls come in and it's something that will alleviate your men and women working for the fire department? Why didn't we put this as a priority before, before the FTEs?
I did make the request, sir. I did ask for 15 FTEs for the fire truck and 9 for the ambulance. I did make a request through the budgetary process.
And so how did it end that we got the choice of the FTEs instead of the fire trucks?
Yeah.
What was the ending? What was, the give and tug that you guys did?
So I analyze, I see what my requests are.
So it came from you?
I made a request for FTEs. So if you give me the choice and I have unlimited
Yes.
budget, yeah, I would need the ambulance and the fire truck. Now, knowing that the budget there's multiple needs within the city, I know no new FTEs were approved for us this year. I looked at what was approved and I said, I can provide the service that I need without impacting the budget. And that's why I went back at it, still trying to balance as much as I can, so.
Mayor,
Councilwoman.
thank you. I do think that's a little bit of, because you've said so much in this future plan that you're bleeding into 2 years. So you're trying to balance what happens this year with next, and perhaps you didn't think you had that flexibility in presenting this budget. So I think here on council, what we're doing is taking advantage and reprioritizing a little bit, right, to get to meet this need that we've seen in that area in particular. And I think when you talk about the fact that you have 3 times the call volume as you do in the outer sections, while yes, it may be a workaround to have those outer stations fill in when needed, I think it's a preference of ours, at least, that we give you what you need immediately in the center of Laredo. And I understand trying to balance the budget through 2 cycles and make it match just it's awkward. And so I appreciate, though, the fact that you've not forgotten about this area and you've been methodically trying to plan for it. And so if this push can help us get there, I think as council, we just do this. We just get this push. And aside from the seconding Councilmember Cigarro's motion, I will just say that we have in the budget $1 million allocated for a flagpole. If we're going to think about where we find money, I think we put the $1 million for the flagpole next year and we worry about getting this ambulance to Central Laredo.
All right.
That conversation will come up later. Thank you.
We will call for the question.
So
motion.
what's the motion?
To prioritize.
To approve the
Read the motion.
recommendation of implementing the ambulance for the Station 6
It's within his budget.
as recommended as presented by the chief.
Yeah.
Can you repeat that motion?
Funding the ambulance as a priority for 2028 with the alternate process as presented.
2027, 2028.
In the alternate request.
2027, yes, with the alternate, yes,
Okay.
correct.
All right. It's all clear to everybody? That is the question. All in favor?
Oh.
Opposed?
Motion passes. Motion passes.
How many
Pass.
are in favor?
In favor? I didn't see in favor. Okay. Okay. Opposed?
Do we need a roll call?
Well, this is no impact to the budget, right?
No,
Yes,
it's
there's
stays in the budget.
There's only one opposed.
One opposed.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next one, Mayor, motion to bring up IT.
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes. IT, please.
Station 6 out. In the middle base. Part it.
What?
What district? No, you got it. Where's the council member?
Shall we tell them, hey, we got you? I will say, it is right on top.
No, don't worry, don't worry. I'm just saying, I wish he didn't. I would.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council.
Afternoon.
Joe Rivera, IT Director for the record.
Why did?
So,
Let's do the flagpole.
I wanted to just start by saying that, and kind of a little personal tidbit here, but next month I'll have been here 3 years, and I want to say that I am extremely proud at what our IT department has been able to accomplish in that time. The amount of performance improvement that we've done, adding a lot of cybersecurity coverage that we've done, the teamwork that we've built has been excellent, and I thank management for the support that they've provided through the 3 years, and to you all for allowing us to do what we're doing. So with that said, just wanted to step through. All right, we may need IT up here. I wanted to step through a presentation here on some of the things that we're working on and what we've done so far this year. I'll start off by mentioning that our IT department is 51 staff strong. We do have a couple of divisions that are not IT, core IT. So we do have 11 positions that are not true IT. They're as important as they are, by the way, I should say that, as important as they are to what they do, 901 division, for example, they are not core IT. So we do have 51 personnel in the department. We are actually this year asking for y'all's approval to add 2 more network specialists to the team, just because of the amount of projects and work that we have on our plates. So that's up for your review. So this year, I think, like I said, has been a very productive year. We've got quite a few projects that we've been able to complete, and I'll step through a couple of those here. We have rolled out our utilities mobile app, which allows the community to pay online using their mobile devices. And I will say, if you all haven't had a chance to use this, I recommend it. Once you set up on the app, it takes 2-3 clicks to make that payment. So it's very, very user-friendly. It also enhances what we already have with the website. We've also rolled out our parks payment system, a scheduling and payment system this year that's been highly used by staff in parks. We've helped public health with a vitals system that allows not only for the community to request vitals records, but to make payments for those records online. We rolled out our chatbot a couple months ago. Still a bit of a work in progress. It relies a lot on the content of our website, and we are working with all our departments to improve the content, because it takes what it finds there to provide the answers to the community. So still working up some kinks in that with that solution. One of the major ones that we did this year is we rolled out and have completed phase 1 of Office 365. So it brings all the collaboration tools that we didn't have in the past to allow staff to work cross-departmental and all that. To share some of our tools and spreadsheets and all of that, email in the cloud, which was long overdue. And so we have rolled out phase 1. We'll talk about phase 2 in a bit, but we have completed that portion of the project.
Mayor, can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Do you control IT for every department across the entire city?
With the exception of the police department that does have their own IT staff, although we do work very closely with them as well. we do support the rest of the departments.
Every other department.
Every other department, we are responsible
So
for,
you're
yes.
in charge of, like, when their software needs to be updated, or when their, equipment needs to be updated, all of that, you handle all of that?
Well, historically, the departments have made those decisions. What I've been talking to management about and with budget is that we do need to centralize that. And I think you alluded
Yes.
to that yesterday
Yes.
during the first part of the meeting. We are trying to centralize that a bit because in my mind, there's no one better than IT to determine when it's time to replace equipment. What we have happening today is that some departments may be more capable of replacing equipment faster, and so they're replacing maybe at times sooner than they should. And then we have departments that maybe are not as able to their budget doesn't allow, so we've got equipment that is way overdue for replacement. So it's a cybersecurity concern, it's not performing well. So we are looking at trying to centralize that more in IT and allow IT to make those decisions.
Okay,
Does that-
Mayor, if I may?
Yes, go ahead.
Management, why has that not been presented, why is that not being presented today as an initiative? Because when we go through the auditor's reports, and I don't know if Miss Tina's here, but she did mention to us that the city doesn't inventory electronics that are valued under, I believe, $5,000. I think that's a mistake. I think every single piece of inventory that's purchased with taxpayer monies needs to be inventoried. Every single technology, whether it be an iPad, a laptop, because then you have iPads, laptops, any other thing that could be purchased is not being inventoried. So we don't know where they are, who has them. I think that's a mistake. So I think we need to start inventorying all these electronics from, regardless of the amount, who has them, where they're at. And it does need to be centralized because there's too much disorganization with the equipment that the city actually owns.
May I? So just for the record, we actually do tag everything from iPads. I think we do phones as well.
Yeah, but you don't inventory them.
It's part of the process, so it gets put into the asset management system. So we do that. Now, if a department happens to be able to purchase outside of us, then maybe that's the equipment that may not be caught. And I have been talking to an internal audit about these things as well. So we have talked about, again, maintaining and supporting our software system. Yes, sir.
Mayor, if I could step in a little bit.
Well,
because
hold on, Mayor, I'd like to point out, we don't have a quorum anymore.
That's true.
So,
One, two.
well, even with Councilmember Cigarroa, we're still missing.
Let's get one more, please.
So,
And Mayor, if I may, just a little bit of a explanation on where this 5,000 number comes from, because this is part of the conversation that we actually had yesterday as well too, where we have budget decisions and accounting decisions kind of coalesce together. The same thing is happening here. I think Mr. Rivera has explained a little bit that we do track this stuff, but in an accounting world, anything less than $5,000 is what's called chattel. And chattel is not, it's essentially disposable when that dollar amount are lower. What Councilmember Perez is talking about though is that because of this type of structure, we should be still tracking it because of the use that it is serving. So this is an accounting practice that's being overlaid over, because our inventory, we inventory pretty much everything that's out there, but we don't inventory. The 5,000 number is an accounting number, not a number on the other side. I just want to make sure I explain that a little bit as well too. The challenge we've had is that the conversion of our software, because there's no software package out there that's very inexpensive. And we want to be very careful about the proprietary nature of that as well too. If you look at the software, essentially the software in the finance department is actually the governing software of our entire IT system. And everything has to be able to talk to that language. Otherwise, we hire a lot of extra people to kind of move that language from one software package to another. The city hasn't always worked that way. It's difficult moving through those steps. Exactly what Councilmember Perez was talking about though is that we do have to consolidate this action and run it underneath one what we've done in the preliminary timeframe is that IT weighs in on any type of software purchases and everything, so we try to make sure those conversations are happening. But we're not all the way together where I would say that it's a cohesive system, because we're still using some legacy software that we really need to bring up to date, and it's trying to balance it within the budget as we bring it up to date.
Mayor, if I may?
And the world just keeps changing as we go.
So I'm gonna piggyback off of what I mentioned yesterday, because I did have an agenda item that got pushed off on multiple council meetings about centralizing services, and I think this is another opportunity for us to create a database of inventory, regardless of accounting. I mean, separate from accounting, just the fact that we're tracking, I mean, iPads and laptops can last 5-10 years. I mean, $2,000 is a lot of money for most people. Even $500 is a lot of money for most people. So for us to put 5,000 at the threshold is kind of not in line with the majority of our population that we serve. But going back to just the centralization, just for inventory purposes, to know where everything is. But then at the same time, if there are departments that are buying electronics, I think those electronic purchases should come through IT. So if we have budgeted money or allocated monies in this budget book for departments for electronics, I think it would be better for us to allocate those monies to the IT department and make the departments go to the IT department to get the electronics purchased, make sure that they're purchasing the proper equipment, that it's outfitted with the proper, spyware, whatever, prevention, software is needed, instead of having the departments all buying electronics and then he doesn't even know what's out there, because there is a disconnect, and the auditor did identify that. And she's nodding her head in the audience, but it is an issue. So is there a way for us to kind of similarly like to what we talked about yesterday with the retirement, to pull all the electronic budget from all the departments, put it with IT, and have them go and request electronics through IT? Is there a way to do that, Mr. Knapp? Because, I mean, we're not talking about a budget impact. We're talking about a procedural impact.
It's more procedural as well too, and yes, and there are methods to do that. I would argue that, or not argue, actually expand upon it a little bit, because we have the same challenges within our fleet system as well too, when we're purchasing vehicles and everything. The more consolidated that we have these systems, the better they are. I think that we've moved that way. I think some of it is the behaviors of our departments as to how they've always done it, and we have to bring it forward. But so yes, we can bring it together, exactly what we're talking about. I think the only challenge, and this is where we got into the conversation yesterday on even the essentially the employee the employee retirement thing. We don't want to call it a retirement program, but the consolidation of those dollars makes a lot of sense. The challenge we will have is between the general fund and these enterprise funds as far as the tracking of those expenses. But the purchasing, exactly what you're saying is right on. We can do it within that structure. It is more of a procedural or an operational thing than it is even over above in the budget, because it's not about adding money. It's about consolidating those dollars on how we make the purchase.
Well, Mayor, if I may, I just, that's the concern, or that's one of the things I wanted to talk about during this budget process, was because we didn't get to it, during our endless, never completed council meetings where we don't get to our agenda items. But is the need for moving monies, like right now we've allocated monies out and dispersed it like we always have. Dr. King expressed the need or the desire for us to move towards a zero-based. And even though we didn't go that route, I think consolidating some of these funds together and asking the departments to come and request is a good kind of alternate for now, because it's not going to impact the budget. It's just we're actually centralizing these services to have better accountability and just make sure that everybody's up to date with the software, so we don't have to ask people, hey, where's that iPad you bought 3 years ago? You go to him and he should have a log. Oh, so and so has it,
Mayor.
or whatever.
Yes, go ahead, Council.
Thank you. I notice here, Mr. Rivera, and thank you, and I apologize that we're I'm jumping ahead of your presentation, but you do say that the computer room with proper space is going to be a priority for this next year. And so while I agree completely with Councilmember Perez's suggestion that and management has come through saying that, yes, it does make sense for IT to be kind of the hub for all of the software, hardware purchases, I do think that there are going to be some limitations. And so until you have the proper space to be able to inventory those items or even accept it to be able to move through, because you're talking about all the departments in the city. And I would hate for us to just create a headache for your department when it doesn't have the space that it needs to handle all this. I think it is a goal and we should work forward, but I hope we can do it in a way that doesn't stress your department with physical stuff, like handling things, just to match it, right? If that's gonna be a computer room and finding that space and having proper equipment storage area, let's roll that out so then we can roll out you being the hub for all of these purchases.
Mayor, if I may?
Go ahead.
I'm not talking about going to Best Buy and buying a bunch of equipment off the shelf and sticking it in a room and having an inventory shelf. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm saying when a department wants to submit a PO for a laptop, instead of just submitting it to the purchasing department, they have to go to IT, ask for that, IT asks for the PO, and then IT arranges the purchase, and then that laptop goes straight to the department requesting it, not put it in a room and have an inventory and then you go shopping in our internal like store. That's not what I'm talking about. It's no exchange, there is a way to do it on paper where instead of it going through the department, this is related to the concern, so I don't know, they're not even paying attention, but it's not gonna be an inventory thing. It's gonna be more of a procedural, you're buying it for the department, or you're double checking it, and then you're saying, well, if you're buying the laptop, you also need this software, and you need this, and you need this. We're gonna install it and package it up for you, and we're gonna give it to you ready to go. And yes, it's an additional burden for your department, but it's gonna be a better practice overall for the city.
And to be honest with you, so we don't see it as a burden, because I think that is really the better way, the best practice to do that. So centralizing it in IT just makes sense, because again, as I said earlier, who better to tell a fellow department when their equipment is out of date? When it's a concern, a cybersecurity concern, that's our job. So, I mean, I don't see it as a burden.
Mayor, if I may, it's more, I see it more as what Councilwoman Perez saying, is more about security purposes. You know, you have a person, you have just one department in charge of everything that's coming in, going out, what they purchase, the latest software, making sure it's up to date, up to, you know, making sure that all the passwords are there, making sure that you can, you know, you can touch into it and you can go into it in case they hack it or whatever. So I think it's more of a security purposes than just having a burden saying, we're gonna, you know, distribute all those. You can control the inventory of everything that's coming in and making sure that everything's secured before, because there's a lot of information that belongs to the city and citizens that we have, especially like HR and all that's information that has social security numbers and all that. So it's good that that's just one centralized department that has all that information. So it's more security. So I do agree with Councilwoman Perez.
Mayor, and if I may clarify a little bit of the process as it relates to budgeting. So a department can't currently buy a PC right now without IT's review process. So even though we have a budget in the department, when I buy a PC, I do a requisition. That requisition is reviewed by them. That process is already in place. I think what needs to, the next step here is, and they're already taking inventory of all the PCs that are out there so that they can see which PCs are already old. Our IT director has already been sending that to the department so that they can control that as well. So what we're talking about here with IT is now them taking control and saying, budget, you need to replace these 3 computers because they're outdated. And then telling us
That's-
which computers they can buy, because what we're taking away from the departments sometimes is that you need this level of PC, you don't need this level of PC for the level of work. Engineering might be needing a higher level, or, an accountant might need something that, so that is something that when Joe came in, something that he's looking and we're trying to improve. The budgeting per se, we can still budget in a particular line item, which is computer hardware. And anything that's bought out of that line item has to have their approval.
Oh, it needs to go through requisite through them.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Then they have an inventory of everything that's out there, and we're moving forward to augment that with additional software that's gonna be coming down the pipeline. So I just wanted to clarify that.
So we are moving in that direction.
Yes, and, yes, and as I said earlier, it's a conversation that we've had, I think, over the last 12 months.
But it makes
probably longer than we want to, but we're trying to make sure that everything lines up appropriately, and changing what we've done for many years is not always as easy as we'd like. So we're trying to make sure that we've lined up everything so that we deploy this in the proper fashion.
Mayor, if I may?
Yes, go ahead.
So I would like for the council to consider, or management also, is whenever somebody wants to make a technology purchase with the budget, that it goes through that additional process, because we want the inventory and we want to make sure, like what you spoke about, that they're not overbuying or underbuying for the needs of whatever it is that they're going to be performing. You don't need a $2,000 laptop if you're just doing basic things that could be done on a $500 laptop. So I definitely understand that, but I do think, because we did have an auditor report that did show that we don't have an inventory tracking for technology under $5,000, there is a gap there somewhere.
Yeah, and again, I have had conversations with internal audit about this specifically, and there are times where, again, there are improvements to be had, but overall, we are managing this. It just, there are some things that we're trying to improve in the process.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Well, so if I may, again, we have helped out with the new PAC system in public health, in setting that up, getting connectivity in place. That's another completion that we had this year again. Okay.
Are there any budget impacts that you're asking for? Because so we just, I mean, I don't know if anybody has any other questions, but what are you asking for? What are you asking for us?
The major budget impact would be, again, our FTE request. We do have an increase in
Where is
budget.
that in your presentation?
It's already included in their budget. They have 2 positions that they requested and were approved by management for.
Where is it?
incorporated in there. So
On slide 2, where you'll see it down at the bottom, it's highlighted in red on page 2.
Oh,
Yeah, down at the bottom.
okay, Mayor, motion to approve.
Second.
All right, motion and second.
Second.
I have one question.
Question?
I just, Mr. Rivera, I wanted you to be able to highlight the 13,000 work orders that you take care of every year. I think I think cybersecurity is one of the most important fields currently in this climate that we have. Cyber attacks are incredibly costly. In the past, we've suffered from ransomware payments, and nobody wants that in their future. And so I think the work that you do is critical, and really appreciate that 13,000 work orders means you are taking care of the departments in the city, and we really appreciate that.
Thank you, thank you. And yes, cybersecurity is of the utmost importance to us. I've said it many times, there's not an IT director anywhere that doesn't have this in their top two things to worry about. On one of the slides, I do talk about there's a saying in IT, it's not if you will be a victim of an event, it's when. We're trying to do the best that we can by implementing a lot of technology, and some support services through vendors to make sure that we stay ahead of that when.
Thank you, Mr.
All right, thank you. We have a motion and a second. All
Call
in
for-
favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Management, Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
Management, quick question. Do you have anything, or, I don't know, 311, if you have any departments for 311, the department of 311, is it, they're presenting, or do you have any updates on that?
Yeah, Mayor and council member, we don't have a presentation set for just specifically 311. It is a part of the city manager's office as well
Okay.
too. So if you wanted to have a conversation on three.
I just want to have a little brief conversation about it before you just, I think I've been getting a lot of calls that 311 is maybe overwhelmed with a lot of calls. I don't know if they have some extra FTEs or is there any conversation of people, hiring people of going in there to have, help out, alleviate all these calls because they get calls from animal control, from solid waste, from utilities, from even break-ins and things that are, damages to property or facilities and stuff. Everything gets reported to 311, and I don't know how many people work in that department at the moment, at the current moment. But I do want to give them a little bit more support if there's a way within the budget that we can give them a little support because they do get overwhelmed over 80,000 calls weekly or monthly of the whole city. So, and it's hard to balance getting people going to different departments, solid waste, utilities, and keeping track on all that. So if there's any possible, maybe just considering that.
Mayor and council, and really quickly on the 311, most of the complaints that we've received is not about 311 responding to the calls. It's when we hand them off to the departments because again, 311 is a repository of those calls, and then we have to contact solid waste, we have to contact utilities, or animal control. And I think that the challenges that I know that we have is that it's when those handoffs and trying to maintain the customer service, exactly what you're talking about, trying to keep that there is the big part we have with that. I do believe we have some positions open in that, but I think 311, because we are moving them into a new site as well too, that we'll be working on trying to get that filled and also know that we have a partnership with Webb County as well too, that we actually serve as a repository for their calls as well too, within that 311.
Thank you.
Right. Councilwoman?
Yes, and to piggyback on this, and thank you so much, Councilmember Rangel, for putting the spotlight on 311 and the excellent work that they do, and it is a high-volume environment. But we did just roll out, because it was an agenda item of mine, right, I'm not taking credit for it at all because it was already happening, but the 311 online system, did that roll out, Mr. Rivera?
No.
Being able to assist in that way to allow non-emergency or less urgent requests to go through 311 on an online system.
So we are actually towards the end of that project. We're about to roll out, it's called the Granicus OneView. It's a new 311 software. It will come with a mobile app. So the community will be able to enter any requests that they do now by either calling or through the older aging system that we have right now on their mobile phones. There will also be an online portal. So this will take the way 311 operates, quite honestly, to another level. It's going to be much more efficient. There's going to be more visibility from the community standpoint on these things that are entered into the system. And all the other departments that are supporting these calls will also have some access to that, so they'll be able to see those calls as well.
And to give credit to Councilmember Rangel's concern for the operators of 311, if we could then review it after 6 weeks of service so that we can see how that is impacting the work that they do and that to make sure it is as smooth a transition as possible.
We will do that.
Mayor, if I may, just a follow-up question with that, and I'm not trying to take time, but just very interesting what you're saying, that we're having a mobile app. Is the mobile app going to have different departments that, let's say you go to this department, make it as simple as possible, saying, well, solid waste, trash, whatever, this department, and they go straight to them? Or is it going to be more just 311 and then 311 has to?
No, I think it's more the way you're describing first. So right now, the way we're building the system out, we're working with those departments. 311 was working with those departments. We're building a core list of what the most common occurrences are. So when you go on the software, you'll be able to select one of the, if your topic is one of those, you'll select it, and then it gets assigned to the appropriate department. So, yeah, the whole process through this new software is going to be much more streamlined.
It's in your budget as well.
That's actually, like I said, we're hoping that we may go live here in the next few months.
Okay.
We're at the tail end of it.
So I just thank you.
Mayor, motion to bring up utilities.
Second.
Motion
Thank you.
second.
Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Utilities in the presentation?
Next, staff reports. Utilities.
There we go. Oh, yes.
Doc, you ready?
Yeah, okay. So, thanks everyone. We will start today talking about the utility
Presentation only.
department.
That's all we're doing.
Wait.
Go ahead, continue.
Okay. So we are going to talk about the water utility department budget today, and I would like to start with the mission of the department. Perfect. Again, the mission is clear, is to provide safe, reliable, and affordable water and wastewater services that protect the public health, preserve the environment, and support the community current and future needs. So this is the organizational structure for the department, and I would like to say that the department has been going and evolving in the last year and a half. We had made a major restructuring, as you can see, and right now we have 2 assistant directors, one for water and one for the wastewater. We were lucky to attract really good people there. I think they're both, one of them is actually an engineer that we were able to steal from the engineering department, but she's amazing. And the other person, the other assistant director, is actually from Zapata County, and he's also used to be a director himself. So we are building capacity there. A year ago, we did not have any engineers almost in the department, and we had to really rely on external engineers and consulting, which is really was hurting us because we did not have internal capacity. So now I think we're almost there. We have 3 engineers with a PE engineering and a few others. I think right now we have Mr. Narvaez, who is our acting engineer, and Mr. Rangel, who used to be, who I presented in the last council. Actually, he had to step down for personal family matter. So we lost the engineering manager, but we're actively recruiting. So what are the accomplishments for 25-26? So right now, as you can see, we are moved into phase 2 of the pipe bursting project with a total volume of 80,000 linear feet and around 30 million in renewals. The 36-inch line, which is very notorious line that has been going for many years now, it's almost finished between I think District 4 and District 8, which is going to hopefully be done. We're looking at October, November, fingers crossed. And this is at the last, I think we're at the 90% tie-in phase. And once that line is in action, we will be able to have less of those big water losses problems that we have been seeing. The big ticket item for us is the U.S. Corps of Engineers project, which connects the 2 plants together, El Pico and Jefferson. We are moving now. We are at the design phase now, which is going to connect, as I said, the 2 plants as a redundancy. In case one plant goes down, the rest of the city will continue to have water as we, so we're not like relying only on one plant only. So They're hiring already their own engineers, and it's a very, very interesting project and very aggressive, with a very aggressive timeline. The Manaras Creek is actually at 95%.
Excuse me, Dr. Elizabeth, could you remind the public how much of an investment that is to connect the two El Pico Jefferson?
$26 million.
And is that in any way grant supported?
20 million grants from the federal government through Henry Cuellar, Congressman Proch, and 6 million from the city is our share of that process.
Which is a wonderful,
It's
yes,
beautiful.
what
And
an investment. Thank
Again,
you.
we will one day have a problem in one of the plants. It's going to happen one day. At least we will have that contingencies. We're not without water there. This Manara Creek or Manaras Creek is at 95%. I hope that we probably in ribbon cutting in the next 2 months. So that's going to be taking a lot of pressure from the Zacate Creek wastewater treatment plant, and will help us to reduce some of the issues with the old plant. From a compliance and modernization, we have now 180 permanent sampling stations, which was a big issue for us because of most of the water notice advisories were happening because we used to sample from spigots at homes, which is really not a good reliable source. So that's now a standard 180 permanent sampling stations that are protected and preserved, so we can know that we're doing this in the right way. We have a very ambitious program for replacing 50,000 meters with a new technology that will be now, if you have a line break or a release or a leak in your home, you will get a notice via text message or email, so we don't have to deal with people who have leakage and problems and high bills, because the system will be able to notify you as soon as that happens. The council recently approved graciously $80 million worth of grants. Again, $80 million worth of grants, and sorry, 44 million of them for the lead replacement, another millions for BFAS, and also for pipe replacement. And again, we are continue with changing our communication and social media presentation. All right, so how are we doing in the revenues? As you can see right now on the ongoing, for the 25-26, our budgeted revenues are around $70 million, and we're projecting for 26-27 that it will be $76 million.
Mayor Pro Tem. Dr. Elizabeth, $6 million increase is significant. Can you identify more or less where that's coming from?
Because our rates increase by 5% every year.
And what will that 6 million then be dedicated to?
This is water revenue, so that goes to pipe replacement, anything related to water, plants upgrades, water quality improvements. It's all related to the waterworks side of the thing, and it's part of the revenues that are rates. Also, improving how we do billing and recovery of our expenses, because we have a lot of delinquencies that are in the system, and I can speak to that later on if there is interest, but that's going to improve our revenues as we go forward.
Well, I think when we talk about the rate increase, and people are concerned about rate increases, and I know that this council voted a few years ago to make it consistent, but it's because of the need, and I think the public needs to understand, and I do, they see the pipe replacement going in the street, you know, the meter replacement, that this money is, sounds like a lot, but it actually has a very targeted purpose. It's being spent to improve water distribution, and I just hope that people can understand that the money's gonna be put to use for them.
Thank you, Councilor. And I think it's an affordability issue as well, as we understand, but the quality of life also and people's health and safety also is paramount. So we're very conscious of that, and we're trying to not ask for any rates until we understand really how we do that, and we can defend those, and understanding the economic hardship that everyone is going through. For the sewer revenues are also around 54 million for the budget for 25-26, and we are estimating 56 million for 26-27 again, because our rates increase by 6% every year for that purpose. On the financial outlook, you can see the four lines, but I want to maybe focus more on the yellow and blue line, and that's where the yellow line is the combined operational expenses and debt services to our blue line, which is operating revenues. And you can see there's a minor gap there in 25-26, which means that our operation expenses are actually going higher than our revenues. And the reason of that, of course, everything between supply chain, the prices increases, contractual challenges. So we are in a very challenging system. Last time we had to order some alum for our plants. We couldn't even order until like 6 months ahead of time because of the blockage in the, the political situation. So we are finding a lot of challenges to keep up with the escalating course of operational requirements. The last flood that we had at the Rio Grande, the chemicals that were thrown into the system to keeping the system working are astronomical there.
Sure, go ahead. Dr. Elizabeth, can you let us, or can you tell me if, just the same situation as fire and police, under certain circumstances where natural disasters happen and things that are not under your control, do you have a mechanism in there for recuperating those funds?
Right now, we haven't had one of those like big ones, catastrophic ones that would be there, but the funds are not designed to be addressing catastrophic events. So we are like, we can probably deal with 5-6 million on the spot, but anything north of that will probably end up into federal request or something like that.
Well, I was gonna ask, I'm asking you because I know that several years ago, right after COVID, we had that 36-inch line, which is now being replaced 100%. That blew up, that put the city in a stranglehold. We couldn't move, we couldn't do anything, and it was just freezing outside when we had no water. And I'm wondering if all of that, the time, the effort, the materials, and everything because of that, that we didn't apply for anything that we might get assistance from the federal government for such a thing.
So maybe I'll say an example, the last flood event, because we actually added a lot of overtime, chemicals and all that. I was working with Chief Harold because I think he was trying to reach a certain threshold. So we gave him every single hour chemical, equipment, material to make sure we get to that point.
Councilman?
Well, it's good, yeah.
No, I was just gonna mention, yeah, it does go through Chief Hurd, through any of those type of events. He's the
Okay.
one that would be the repository, and he would be the one pushing to try to bring those funds.
And
And working with the different
it's a common
departments.
theme you're gonna hear from me throughout the year. I mean, only because I've recently found out about all of those things. And, well, actually, since really about 4 months ago, when I started realizing that there's a lot of things that are out there that are putting a strain on our general fund, are putting a strain on our budget. And these are things that are through no fault of our own. And there's gotta be something out there that we can find and push those levers so that we can release those money either through FEMA or through their insurance companies when there's, a man-made disaster that cost us money because that pushed us away from our regular routine to get our job done. And so I know that there's a lot of circumstances maybe that we need to find out a little bit more about. But I need to make sure that we all are in this together because I want to make sure we are in a budget crunch, obviously. And every little penny that we can find out there hey, we're glad to provide the service, whatever needs to be done for the public, but we can't do it at the expense of us when it belongs to somebody else. And so that's one of the reasons I'm asking you that. I think you heard me talk to Chief Hurd about that, the police department. Everything and anything that goes out there that does not belong to us, that we, in that, initially, then we're gonna have to pass that cost on to the citizens. That's what we need to fight for every penny that we can get.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I may,
Yeah.
Dr. Elizabeth, didn't we include any request to TDM as part of this
We did.
flood?
We did through Chief Hurd process. Yeah, we submitted all the overtime, all the chemicals, all the energy resources, electricity bills, fuel. We put that to.
Yeah, the public needs to understand and know that we are, we're on top of our game as far as that's concerned. That
Totally.
We're looking
Yeah.
we're looking everywhere to find out and get assistance wherever we need it so that our taxpayers don't have to suffer.
We're very conscious about it, so rest assured we will be always working with our emergency response folks. This is for the sewer system. It seems we're in bar, so things looks in order there. Our debt service is stable there as well. This is how the waterworks system expenses are. Now we're talking about the expenses side instead of revenues. You can see our debt service is around 36%, around $27 million every year we pay for our debt service. We have 18 for personnel and material and supply, which is really one of the ones that goes up quickly. Contractual services around $18 million. That's almost 25% of our expenses goes to contractual services and other charges.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, sure.
The debt service amount, is that pretty consistent with other waterwork systems in the state?
I don't know the answer for that, honestly, because it depends on each. I've seen utilities that there's 60% or higher, and I've seen ones that are 20. I think we're in healthy situation. I think what worries me is not the debt service. It worries me if the rates that exist today can keep up with the needs, because rates can, if the rates are lower, you're slowly gonna get your debt balloon,
Right.
and now you're gonna have to sacrifice on the real needs versus paying your debt. So that's
Well,
the
I do
challenge.
know in other, if I may, Mayor Pro Tem, I do know in other districts and other cities, water rates have gone way higher. We've seen 15%, 20% increases from one year to the next because of the needs and because of the burdens that are placed on the system. Whether it be, I know McAllen decided to go after an expensive
36%.
secondary water source, and
Yeah.
so their rates increased by 36%. Just so we keep in mind that in the landscape, these percentages are going up. So when we're thinking about the 5% that, again, was instituted a long time ago, I'm grateful that you're looking at that amount to see what we need to do, and I'm sure all of us would just stress that it is as small an increase as can be borne, because no one wants to see those rates
So
go
the
up.
strategy really first is to see if we really need the rate increase or not. And that means we need to know, are we executing all the projects on time, on budget? Because if we're not, then there's a bigger problem internally from an efficiency point of view, rather than just asking for more money to compensate for that. So we're really conscious of that. The city increased the rates 5% water and 6% wastewater every year. But again, I'm watching the debt service. We're not the highest in the state. We're not the lowest. We're in the middle somewhere. But the challenges are bigger than this, because I think, unfortunately, and I want to say kudos to all the previous management in utilities and the city. There was a lot of work that has been not done, and now we're catching up. And these things are not cheap. Every time you see a 36-inch line break in the street, a sinkhole is $250,000 to $500,000 a hit, just to do with an emergency shot, one hit. So they're not cheap. They come in, and the problems we're dealing with are unprecedented. So we're trying to keep it moving, and we're conscious of all of that.
Mayor Pro Tem, may I?
Yes.
Dr. Elizabeth, question, I may be jumping just a tad ahead, but as far as FTEs, how many FTEs are you down now?
We have 390. I'll get to, this is one of the next slides, if you allow me.
Go ahead.
So this is the same for the expensive for the sewer. Again, same concept, same thing, contractual debt service and all of that. I want to share with you now what's going on with the department now. So a year ago, we did not know where all these projects are, which project is, and I think questions came to me, where are we in progress? How much of this project? And we did not know that. So right now, the new CIP project dashboard shows you exactly each project, where is it today. So for example, 30-inch transmission main from Jefferson, it shows you exactly where it is and where we are late and all of that. So this is a new tool that did not exist before. So now if you have a problem and you say, what is my project in my district, where things are, that dashboard is available, and we provide this hopefully on our website. We're gonna publish that, but that will be the new, someone talked about Sigma 6. This is our new Sigma 6 project management dashboard that we will be providing going forward. So what does that mean for the city? If you look at the left side, this is March 26. 18 projects were behind schedule and budget. And the yellow ones were on budget and schedule, and I think 3 were ahead. Because of the changes of how we implement new project management and how we do things now, those red are turning to yellow. Means we are actually only 2 projects behind on budget and in a schedule, which is completely game changer for us. Now we know, this is to answer your question about rates and about, are we actually doing the work right? Are we delayed? Are we having change orders? This helps us to track things before they get really bad or they slip and they say, what is this project? If we can do this right, then we will have less waste of money and resources and people and engineering and all of that. So this is for us now the new kind of command control center for the utility. Anytime you would, what's the project status?
No.
I can tell you what is the stats within the last 2 weeks where we are on all of those.
Mayor, if I may, Mayor President.
Sure.
What are the 2 projects that are falling behind and why?
Well, I have my engineer with me, so I can maybe show you here probably. This is, if you go to the previous slide there, you'll see that there's 2 reds. One of them is repair and maintenance of 11 water tanks, and the other one chlorine dioxide unit at both plants. But again, red doesn't mean it's not moving, it's just a little bit behind. But the beauty of this dashboard now, it's very visible and very transparent. We know what you know. We're not hiding anything, it's there, everyone knows where the projects and what's the status of each project.
Mayor.
Sure.
Dr. Torek, since you're on projects, the Lion water tanks, what's going on with that? They've been in process for years and years, they still haven't completed it yet.
The park or
The park,
So the contractor who's doing what is that thing called, railway, Jeff?
The
Want to
walking
talk
trail.
about it?
A walking trail?
Is the walking trail that you were talking?
yes, the entire project, because it hasn't been moved for years, and it's been on the books for years and years, and it still hasn't been completed.
Yes, the walking trail, we just submit the notice to proceed. So now the project has been moving forward the last 3 weeks. The contractor is in place, and he's doing the mobilization, and we're
What
moving
percentage are you
forward
at with that, and why so much of the delay?
Oh, well, this was before my time, but since right now we're management that project, we're moving forward.
A time frame for it to be completed,
It's a couple of months.
We're talking about 90 days.
for it to be completed.
Yeah.
That's the walking trail. The rest
Just the
Yes,
walking
I'm
yes.
trying to understand if there's anything else there, because the rest
Right,
is
no, everything else is done, but
Yeah,
the
yeah.
walking trail,
Yeah.
it was one project,
There is a park, sorry, Mayor,
the park with the trail, that should have been done as
Park
well.
for the trail that's gonna be, that was isolated there, that was approved, by my predecessor. So, which is good. The only thing is, I think we weren't moving forward with it because of the completion of the 36-inch line. Once we had that done, we were gonna move forward with it. Except because it's been taking a long time for that line to get finished and that street to get paved. So we're looking at over 90 days, or about 90 days, I think we
Yes,
discussed
yes.
at our town hall meeting, that we're gonna be 100% done by, let's say, November.
The contract has been signed. I signed it personally yesterday because the contractor was pushing for more money, and we wanted to keep it, what do you call it?
Within the budget.
Within the budget and reasonably there, and now they budged, so we brought them where we need them, so they're gonna move forward. So it's moving forward.
Great, thank you.
All right, so the next one is actually, I want to show you, this is going to be important for the council to understand how we function. To your right hand, at the top right corner there, it says July 26, August 26, September 26. This is the money that we will be remaining from the 2026 expenditure, and that will be $43 million. So what, napkin math, if I can say that, you are spending $10 million a month on these projects. $10 million a month. That's how busy we are. From October, November, December 26, we are going to spend another $94 million. And these are the rest of the projects. Sorry, from October up to May, that's going to be $95 million. What is in yellow there to the top left corner there is the 27 projects which are already planned, approved by the council. These are the money that we have to go for bond request. That's the money that we do not have. What does that mean? That means in February, March of 27, at the latest, we have to start the borrowing process and the bond request to keep up with our capital CIP request, and so to be able to continue to do the work. The difference now is we know where the money is going. How fast are we spending the money? Historically, and I used to talk to my colleague Frank from finance, is we did not know why we're borrowing money and we haven't spent the money that we have. So shows us, are we on track to spend the money that we have before we go and borrow more money? So which is again, a different mind thinking about how we need to do things before we go and borrow money and pay interest.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I may. Did you, before you did that, and I know that your colleague Frank, which is Mr. Mata, good job, Mr. Mata, but at the same time, did you identify where that money was allocated, or was it, what was allocated, the one that they were borrowing? Did you allocate it, did you identify and say, well, it went this way? Did you find the trail, or it just went cold?
It took me probably 5-6 iteration of meetings with 30 people in a room to track every single project, the dead ones, the good ones, the delayed ones, the ones that someone promised one day. And we tried to go back to every one of them and say, where is that project? We had a tank, an elevated storage tank that was sitting on the books for 2 years and wasn't even moving. And that's now at the design phase. So we took everything that was there, promised, behind, moving, and then now we put them back on track to make sure we're tracking all of
So all those projects that money was borrowed from,
Yes.
that was borrowed for, it's already, they're on track already.
They're back on track if they have something, but they're back and we're measuring them now. And if you have certain project, if you can let me know.
How far back does it go, Mr.?
I think we had 2024 projects that were there and haven't moved. Like the elevated storage tank, I think, was one of them that I saw, and it was, yeah.
2 years ago, okay.
All right, so what is the next 26, 27 priorities for us? What are we gonna do the next?
I'm sorry, may I ask you?
Sure.
Go ahead. Can you go back to that kaleidoscope that you had?
I like that.
Kaleidoscope of projects.
Lindsay, what do you win?
I know. So, well, and so it's very important for me to process this, is that, is there hope, now that you've aligned it, now that you've streamlined all these projects, is there hope that this type of graph will not be here over the next 2 years? Meaning that is there a finite number? Is there an end game to what we're looking at in terms of all the work that you have? I know it's constant maintenance, it's a water department, so you're gonna have all of this stuff. But I know with the pipe bursting that we're doing, which I'm very happy and very proud of that project for all of us, simply because it's new technology, that it's saving us millions of dollars, and a lot of people don't understand the incredible amount that we're saving by doing that. But is there, after finishing all of that, can we safely say that, we're gonna be able to get to a level where it's stabilized, that we don't have these many emergencies, these many things going on at any given moment that are costing us a ton of money annually?
So we have thousands of miles of infrastructure underground, pipelines, transmission, valves, control points, you name it. And the water is not as friendly as it is with the system we have. I think the question is, are we going to get out of it? I don't think so. I think the point is the strategies. We stay all hands on deck continuously to keep up. But the good news is the big ticket items, the one that keeps everyone awake at night, the big line breaks, the waste, that will be behind us within the next 2 to 3 years. Then we'll be more targeted, more focused on improvements, modernizing that. But that's going to be the thing to keep us out of going back and defaulting back. But I think 2 or 3 years from now, if the 36 is done, if the line replacement of the key lines are fixed, then really it becomes next. What are we going to improve? What are we going to do safely and mitigate all of that? I think the preventive maintenance will become our next thing. But yeah, the nightmare will be probably within the next 2 years.
So the next slide that you were gonna show was gonna be what you were planning on doing for this coming year, but it aligns with a long-term vision that you have for that.
Absolutely, and I'll talk about that quickly. So as you can see, the plan 26 project spend is 119 million right now. Total modeled cash requirements 141, and there is 53 future CIPs. 53, so we are like a big work construction in every corner of the city. And we're not talking about pipelines, we're talking about plants, about valve replacement, about water quality, regularity compliance, redundancy systems, pumps, booster stations, everything in between. So the capital delivery system redundancy, that's going to continue to do with the pipe replacement phase 1 and phase 2. And we're at 95% of phase 1, and we're going actually 25% of phase 2 already. If we can go to phase 3, that would be awesome. That would actually double down on that. We are finishing the 36-inch line. El Pico Jefferson project is now at the design phase, and we will be moving to contracting very soon. Quality, we're going to build the City of Laredo first water quality lab that we don't have one now. If we have an E. coli or we have a problem, we have to go to the health lab, and graciously they help us. But the City of Laredo does not have a water lab to test the water quality for the complicated issues. We feel we have MIBs, we have stuff, heavy metals. We instead of us shipping that stuff to another state or another lab outside the Laredo, in a year and a half, we will be able to have our own complete integrated lab that will be testing everything, and it will help other city areas to test if we have a problem or chemical pollution or anything else. So we are building also not just the system, but everything surrounding and enabling for that system. That lab has already been approved by the council. It's around $5 million. It's already budgeted, and we're working on it now. And we are coming actually in September for the design approval by the consultant engineering firm to do the work, so we can proceed with the contractual work. So we're on it.
Excellent, excellent.
Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
Dr. Elizabeth, there's a charge that we charge our utilities customers for. Well, I think it's locally known as the acquisition of water rights.
Correct.
But is that legally able to bleed into secondary water? Is that where that money is focused? Because we do have some secondary water
Yes.
negotiations going on. We do have the blending study, which is part of preparing for another source. There are different expenses. Are those charged to, is that where that money is being used?
So I don't have exact number, but it's around 15 million that has been accumulating over time that we've been saving those for the rainy day, but we still use them for other stuff. But Councilwoman, I want to explain to you clearly what's going on with the secondary water source. The secondary water source project is around $200 to $300 million project. That's exactly like what other municipalities have. McKellen, when they try to do some groundwater or whatever, they end up with a very high rate increase. The budget that I'm presenting does not include that, because if we put a 200 million on this or 300, that's not going to work. But our strategy is working with our stakeholders, Legacy, Jasper, and all of that, is what we call P3 model. They take all the risk or the capital costs, and then we buy the water on a preferential rate that is possibly reasonably can be tolerated by the ratepayers. Now, we're not going to go through a 30-40% increase because we're going to buy water at a premium. The point that we're thinking is growth pays for growth. You got the money, you got the water, but you don't have to charge to the local ratepayer from Laredo. And new industry and new development, they will pay a higher premium, so that it's not on the local ratepayer. So that's kind of the philosophy we're thinking of right now.
And I think you're also clarifying that the secondary water money is actually being held for this bigger project. So it isn't being absorbed into the regular budget.
No.
It has a designation.
It's there,
and we will, I mean, there is no future that we do not spend down that money, because secondary water is a priority, and
It is.
Council's made that clear. So I thank you for clarifying that
The
that
blending
money is
study
still
is
being.
paid from that fund, so it's always allocated to that specific cause only and only that.
Okay.
Again, it's not enough, but it at least help us keep things moving.
Yeah, and I think as we've seen for any project, when we're trying to leverage city dollars to look for grants to go out for P3, that we do need to have some type of skin in the game, some type of money that we can bring to the
Totally.
table,
Totally.
and that will serve that purpose. Thank you so
Totally.
much.
Thank you. So I won't spend much time on this. I know it's been a long day, so I will move to the future initiatives. So we're going to continue to enhance data collection, and by me is we need to move away from, what do we know to more with methodical project management systems and better procurement, bulk procurement, so we're not paying a premium on that. Understand our contractual challenges, and then better improvement of our project implementation. I think Mr. Gutierrez asked me about utility FTEs, and what you can see from 24-25 and 25-26, we did not increase our staff at all. We were at 379. The ask for the council today is we move with a new 16 FTEs, which I will show in the next slide. These are the positions that are very critical. I'm not saying this is all. We have another batch maybe for next year, but for this year, to keep up with growth and to keep up with everything that I mentioned earlier, we will need some extra support because honestly, our crews are spread thin. So there will be an increase for FTEs. And these are the positions that are being requested. There are 16 FTEs with a total amount of 1.2, 1.3 million. A lot of them are new titles. This is not positions that we have. These are critical positions like regularity compliance, asset management, technology system coordinators, project managers, and senior water resources manager, because right now I'm the one who's doing all of the science/operations/management. So I'm trying to make sure I can focus on one or the other.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
So my question, quick question is, I know that time ago, we were having a little trouble on inspections. You know, they were behind inspections because you don't have enough inspectors. Because the city of Laredo is growing, South Laredo is growing, West Laredo is growing.
Correct.
East Laredo is growing. So there were there were problems of having inspections on time, or they were taking about a week and a half. Is this going to help you right now? Did we get the inspectors that you needed, or that maybe 1 or 2 more inspectors? Did you apply them to this budget as of right now?
So the good news is that piece has been already resolved because that was part of the engineering team. We had inspectors and we had issues there, and now we are fully staffed, except the new engineering manager, but we are fully staffed. And therefore you
Wow, I'm surprised.
Yeah, it's unfortunately personal matter. So, but now we're not hitting any issues from developers and inspectors because we're on top of it. Sergio probably spends, like, he texts me at midnight and say, this consultant, this contractor, so on top of that, these positions really to address next stage of our progress and growth. Okay. We are, seriously, it's a massive, massive workshop. And
yes, it's just, we would just want to make sure that right now we understand the development's growing. It's growing at faster pace that sometimes we can't catch up. So I know that the men and women that work in the utilities department work very diligent and very hard to catch up, and but sometimes I feel they are overwhelmed with so many inspections, or sometimes they gotta explain, and it takes more time in some areas to explain that maybe they have something wrong and they gotta come back and make sure they fix this or change this, and to reschedule. And just imagine rescheduling, going to the same place over and over, and putting all that strain on them. So it's just, in this budget, do we alleviate a little bit of that pressure that's building up within your department of inspectors, and so we can give the proper quality of life to water to our community, right?
So you can see here there is at least regularity quality samplers. If we can dedicate people who do the routine sampling that triggers the water boiler advisory notices, those inspectors will be dedicated to that, so we don't pull them to do that our work. So in a way, we already secured this area, but I want to also secure the routine inspection and the backflow preventer issue that we've been talking about before. We don't have the capacity to check 80,000 accounts and homes, so we need more horsepower, but we want to do it smartly, not just chase every home. So we're doing multiple ideas that I can share with you later on, but we're trying to be also reasonable with the ask, so we don't go and stress the system. But I think with this right now, give us the next qualitative level of hiring that we need to move forward.
All right, thank you. That's it, sir.
I think that's the last one, and I wanted to also to thank, I know the mayor mentioned before some money, and if there's more money that the council wants to throw to the utility, we're more than happy to take that.
Mayor, make a motion to approve, Mayor.
Second.
Motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes, thank you.
One clarification on his proposal, the proposed positions he has are not in the proposed budget. That once he's requesting in his slide, they're not in the proposed budget, so as long as we're accepting the proposed, presentation, not the proposed request positions.
What do you mean?
Yes, yes.
He's asking for an additional 16 positions that they're not in his budget.
Yeah, we're accepting the budget, but as is, not, I mean, of course, he has a bunch of wants and needs that, you know, it's good to want things on.
Understandable.
There's always help.
It's available on the reserve.
All right, very good. Next presenter?
So he's gonna do, I think whatever the council would like to go to next.
So let's see,
Or
which one do we have next? Let's bring up the library, are they here? All right, there we go.
Yeah, I don't know.
Who's up next?
Means we have to read them. No.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Do you have the mobile bus?
It is in the CIP.
No, no.
Hello and good afternoon.
Afternoon.
My name is Danielle Burns, for the record, Assistant Library Director, so I'm here to present on the public library. So here is our organizational chart. So we actually have 4 branches, 1 bookmobile, and we have the main library. We have a total of 52.36. We do have some part-timers at the branches. And so our vision and mission statement. So the Laredo Public Library is dedicated to providing an environment to increase literacy and education levels of all Webb County citizens. And we do this in order to improve the quality of life and standard of living through education and literacy. And our mission is to provide resources and services that meet the informational, educational, professional, and recreational needs of all Webb County citizens. So here's our library facility. So as I mentioned, we have our main library, which is where we are currently today, the Joey Guerra Public Library. We have our 4 branches in the south, in the central area, in the northwest, and in the inner city. We also have our mobile unit, which you have seen around town, I hope, on more than one occasion. So some of our accomplishments. So as you know, the Public Arts Division is also under the library. So we are expanding our public art program awareness. We have been working with local institutions and school districts. We completed 2 informal contest initiatives with over 250 public art submissions, and more than 100 projects were selected. Those projects will be going through the community, and we're very proud of that, to have representation citywide. So thanks to Mr. Rivera and his team, we're working on the credit and debit card payment online system for in-person as well. That's about 80% complete, so we're really hoping to get this within the next couple of months live. We received a Texas Reads grant, and I hope you saw that in the news. That was actually the toy photography art exhibition that we had with Center of the Arts and also hosted at the library. We have launched 2 sensory rooms in partnership with the Public Health Department, and we extended the card registration contracts to every 2 years to reduce any barriers and increase access. So looking forward, we are hoping to continue to develop the public art archive and GIS data systems. This way we can show and demonstrate citywide long-term planning, tracking, and program sustainability, and project completion, which is really important. We want to make sure that those projects are seen and recognized and heard. So we will also want to strengthen workshops and educational opportunities for local artists, students, and volunteers. We want to support those emerging artists as well as those who may have not realized they're interested in art. So we want to help them gain that exposure. We also are hopefully looking forward towards the Laredo Center of the Arts Capital Improvement Project. We're hoping to begin a really great partnership between the Library of Public Art and Center of the Arts. We are looking to get our elevators replaced through bonds, and we are hoping to improve access to environments that support literacy through our Family Place Libraries initiative. And this supports early family childhood learning and best practices for parenting workshops as well.
Mayor,
Yes, go ahead.
sorry to interrupt, Ms. Burns. The Family Place Library and the support of literacy with young families, there is a Laredo Reads program, and they target specifically the youngest families, right? Mothers who are coming out of the hospital and their young families, to provide that hook to reading. Is there an opportunity to look to collaborate with them? And see-
Absolutely. Actually, a requirement of this partnership is to seek partnerships, collaborations, and parenting experts, as well as psychologists, any experts in the parenting and early childhood field. So absolutely, we would love those connections.
I think this is going to be a beautiful collaboration, because your goals are the same, and we need to leverage, like you said, all the resources we have in our community.
Absolutely, yes, please share. We would be happy to connect.
Thank you.
Okay, and a major fund change. So as most departments, personnel is one of those that has the increase in benefits, which is year after year. Increase in benefits in COLA. So talking about some of the library revenues. So I hope if you're planning to travel soon, I'll do a little plug. We do offer passport services. So if you would, this is actually our largest funding for revenue. So we do process passports. So if you have a trip coming up, please stop by. We also,
At any location?
currently it's just at the main. Yes, but we do, we can, if you need to do after hours, we would be happy to help after 5 and those things as well to make it accessible.
Is
Yeah.
that for renewal of passports?
Yep, both, first time and renewals.
All right, very good, thank you.
Yes. So as we support educational initiatives as well, we also have computer printouts and fees. We also have library rooms and spaces that go to be rented. We have our Texas State Library and Archives, so these include our grants that we receive. And we also have fines and fees. So this is our total proposed revenue for next fiscal year, and we are not sure if it will increase, but we're hoping it will with the online credit and debit card payments, especially for passport processing.
Mayor?
All right, one more thing, are the pictures included, or they have to bring them in from the outside?
You have to bring them in from the outside.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. The Texas State Library and Archives, so it's been a little while back, but my sister-in-law did some amazing research, because she says that the archive materials that we have for Texas history and tracing back family roots are just incredible.
Absolutely.
She did mention the fact that perhaps it was limited by the amount of space.
Correct. We do have a shortage on space. We do have an extra storage unit that is off-site to actually house all of these materials. But I encourage you, it's the Guajardo Historical Collection is a wonderful resource. And we know genealogy is on the rise, and family history is so important. And learning about your roots and where you're from and where your family came from is very, very important. I'm actually working on building a program to teach Laredo history to schools, because it is part of the Viva Laredo Comprehensive Plan. So that's something we can absolutely support.
And so on an aside, the Webb County Heritage Foundation developed much of that curriculum, and not that it can't be updated, but in order to, again, leverage resources.
Yeah.
But I'm wondering if there are any plans to look to, and again, even as a future project, to expand the library physically, to have to have some designs in place, so that in a future we can look to provide monies in a capital improvement program to really be able to do justice to the archives that we have and allow for more access to the public with more space.
Absolutely. A couple of the capital improvement projects that I had proposed, but I did not go forward, is actually an expansion of the historical collection, archives, and our public art as well. It is a division of one. And I did also place in capital improvement projects, but did not go forward, libraries in districts that we don't currently have representation, which is 3 and 6. But we can to mediate that, we do recognize we do have our mobile outreach services, so we did put, and it is going forward, I hope with your approval, a mobile library unit.
I'm so happy to hear of the mobile library unit moving forward, because yes, I think all of our school children deserve to have access to the incredible services of the library, and that our mobile unit was almost 20 years old.
It is, it's very well loved.
Yes, that's a wonderful way to put it. But if perhaps we could get together and you could share some plans for the expansion of District 3 library space.
Absolutely.
Let's see about getting a plan together. That'd
Yeah,
be great.
absolutely. We can absolutely make that happen. And I have looked at other vehicle units and different types as well, and even more sustainable models that are based off of electric. So maybe we want to reduce dependency on gas. That's something as well, but we would be happy to do so.
Thank you.
And so moving to our total budget, it is 5.2. We have personnel, which is 69% of our budget. We have contractual services, which go into our databases, our programs that we offer, any contracts for landscaping, et cetera, materials and supplies, which those go towards Brooks, and our educational and promotional materials. And thank you. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Mayor, May?
All right, yeah, go ahead.
You were speaking about, you only have one mobile unit?
Correct.
Okay, because I'm not sure, do you have representation in District 7?
We do. It's the Northwest Barbara Faskin branch. It's shared with the rec center.
At the library, at the Faskin Rec Center?
Correct.
Oh, okay, that's good. So that was gonna be it, I don't remember seeing anything over there, so that's really impressive. On the archives part, I was wondering, I know that our county clerk's office has that in depth and as modernized as possible. I'm not sure that you would find a need that we could have that type of information here.
Yeah, resource sharing is absolutely a huge component. We would be happy to see what they have that we can share, as whether it's through an MOU and MOA for access and increase of resource sharing, absolutely.
Because they have only one location over there, and it'd be something that we might be able to look with technology the way it is now.
Yeah, and there are actually grants I've explored that can help us purchase digitization materials as well to increase access. That is something we can do in terms of a grant.
Excellent, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Very good.
I'll move to approve, Mayor, the
All right.
library budget.
Motion and second.
Mayor, you don't
Thank
have
you.
a quorum right
We don't have a quorum.
Gilbert,
Oh, there's one where
so we can approve our budget.
quorum. Okay, there's a motion and a second to approve that budget?
I did.
Oh, okay.
Alyssa, the second.
Okay, we have quorum?
Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank
So
you.
what departments are left?
Parks and Recs, right? The Parks and Recs and Port?
Fleet, engineering, and parks.
No, engineering was
Engineering
yesterday.
was yesterday. Or CIP was yesterday.
Oh, so- Animal care?
All right.
Mr. Knapp, I believe, animal care will take like 5 minutes. Can we do that?
Do you motion?
Motion to bring up animal care, it'll take like 5 to 8 minutes.
Motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Animal care.
Thank you. We didn't hear it last time.
I want to bring up the flagpole. I want to bring
Oh my God, where's that?
the CIP.
Okay, Ms. Bluestone.
All right.
Good afternoon. Lauren Bluestone with Animal Care Services. Thank you for allowing me to present for the budget presentation. I also, well, I guess they're not going to stand behind me. That's kind of sad. I was like, I can't be like the fire department with like all these people with for support. No, it's okay.
We have the whole Alpha team.
Yes. All right.
I'm sorry, can you introduce them, please?
Actually,
All right.
Ladies first.
Ladies first. No? Right.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council, Dr. Richard Chamberlain, your Laredo Public Health Director, Animal Care Director,
/
Library Director, Employee Health and Wellness Director.
Your staff makes you look good, Dr. Chamberlain.
Good afternoon, everyone. Erika Gutierrez Martinez, Assistant Director of your Public Health Department.
All right, thank you.
we could take on fire department. Come on. We got our team. All right, I'll keep this really kind of brief and open it up if you guys have any questions later. Our mission statement, Laredo Animal Care Services exists to find caring homes for domestic animals, decrease animal overpopulation through spay and neutering, support widespread rabies vaccinations, promote responsible pet ownership, enforce animal care and control laws, provide rabies control, and intervene for the safety and health of the animals and humans. Our organizational structure, it really didn't fluctuate from last year to this year. We really haven't added any additional positions, so it is very, very similar to what you had on your screen last year. Our accomplishments, we have increased staff training not only on a local level, but also through national programming, specifically targeted for our animal control officers with some national, the National Animal Control Association. Increased spay and neuter surgeries. I think that we hit the 2,000 surgical mark, which is actually the highest that it's ever been. So yes, that's super, super, super cool. Always increased adoption and foster, increased enforcement activities. And I do want to clarify enforcement activities, while the number of citations are going up, these enforcement activities are not necessarily strictly for citations. This is when they go out and really start to educate the community on what is needed and, to be responsible pet owners. So the enforcement activities, while we are still going up with citations, that isn't what this completely encompasses. And increased in community engagement, which I think we've had over 90 events that we have done over the past year. So we are busy. We're really busy. Again, our goals for next year is really just to keep that momentum going. We do want to have increased number in vaccination clinics, especially as preventative care for the pets in Laredo, and do so at certainly a reasonable cost. But again, increased community engagements, the animal cruelty prevention, enforcement activities, all of these things we really want to focus on, just moving that needle a little further along than we are right now.
Mayor, if I may?
Yes, go ahead.
Ms. Bluestone, thank you for being here, appreciate it. Question that we have been talking about for the last several months is the feral hog issue, and we have those monies set aside already as a directive from council. What are your plans with that?
We are gonna use the 400,000 that was allocated strictly for feral hog abatement / mitigation. I believe it is gonna be targeted for city areas in terms of which would have eventually an impact on the subdivisions and everything, but it's really targeted on city locations for right now.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, one more question. What about, do you have a veterinarian on call, or is it full staff?
Well, I can talk about that actually. It is in one of the slides in terms of if you look at the budget from the original budget 4.7 to 4.5, we have made a couple changes, and we have one of the contracted services was the veterinarian. We have since removed that contract from that line item, and we actually have the veterinarian as a full-time position. So right now, so we went from contracted to actually a full-time position.
All right. Does he deal with like animals that have been abused and have fractures or infections? Does he deal with that also?
She is pretty much responsible for the medical care in terms of at the shelter. So any emergencies that come in, also responsible for spay and neuters. We do have veterinarians that do come in probably twice, I would say twice a month. We have slowed down that service a little bit. We hope to pick back up, obviously, in October, that come in really focusing in on the spay and neuter, which could also increase her efficiency for population management at the shelter.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
Mayor,
Yes, go ahead.
with regards to the feral hog and javelin program, can there be in like a half a year window that we reevaluate and see what the success rate is, how the program's working, Do we see any improvements? Do we see rooms to improve? But something to evaluate that expenditure of money. Because I know that we've discussed many different types of feral hog management plans that exist in different cities. They've approached it differently. But I'd like to see if that money is actually delivering the outcomes that we have the expectation for,
So,
and if we need to
so
reevaluate.
in prior presentations, which I don't always get through, there was listed a bunch of the KPIs for what we're going to look at in terms of what we consider success. So they are in there. I can probably provide copies, but there are definitely KPIs that were written in the past presentations. Sorry.
And just if they're written in there, I'm going to thank you ahead of time, thank you, but to make sure that you come back.
Yes.
So that we can see what they are.
In addition, they are required for contractual services to provide several reports, including monthly reports, detailed. That was also in the presentation. But I can share that. Yes, yeah. But it will be presented on a monthly basis.
Thank you.
Okay, so,
Mr.
go ahead.
I was gonna build off of that just a little bit, Mayor and City Council, and very similar to what we've been doing and talking through this thing. The council has been very gracious about providing $400,000 to begin a feral hog program. Just so you know, Ms. Bluestone covered it as well too in a lot of her presentation. It is not a project that will ever truly go away. With where we live, we will continually have to deal with the impact of this wildlife on our area. I do want to make sure that you understand that within our Texas Constitution, we cannot do anything to help private property. And so what Ms. Bluestone covered as well too is that it is about protecting our property. So the purchase of the equipment, $170,000 on the equipment, is to help us establish the parameters for really an ongoing project that will deal with it as a sense of urgency type or a managing of the expectations within the program. We may not implement it for a few months, but then when we have a problem arise, they will implement it at that point in time. I think the other side of this thing is, and this is with what you've already done with the program, you've allowed Ms. Bluestone to determine whether or not we use internal, whether or not we use external. The room is open as far as dealing with the situation as where we're at. And that's going to allow us to evolve into this more than saying absolutely that this is going to do 100% of the work this way. We will evolve as we move through this nature of this thing, step back into how we manage wildlife within our neighborhoods. And so I appreciate what the mayor and council has already done. I appreciate what the department is doing as well too, because I don't know if the situation will ever go away. I think we're going to have these moments where there's a lot of impact, where we have to deal with the issue, and then you're going to see months where it doesn't as well too. And that gives her the tools in order to decide and determine exactly how to tackle.
Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Neb, so it's an integration of our employees to take this over?
That is
A certain amount of
that is
employees,
one of
I'm
and going off of what Councilmember Gonzalez had mentioned as well too, because we have a lot of needs in animal control, and Ms. Bluestone just covered exactly how much of the success we've been having with exactly where we're at. And so I don't want you to tie down and say that we're only going to do it contractually. I don't want you to tie down and say we're only going to do it internally, because I want to be able to have Ms. Bluestone have the ability to say, this is the response we need for that. What I would ask for, and this is where we are moving, and we've had this conversation over here, we are going to try to find 3 additional positions within our current population of employees that are unfilled and move 3 of them into animal control above where we're at right now. And again, I think we believe that will help meet what Councilmember Gonzalez had talked about on the larger level, and what Ms. Bluestone actually covered in her presentation, and also help us with this implementation of this program. And so it may not be the perfect solution, but it moves us ahead very quickly, and so the nature of where we're at. So I'm not 100% certain, because we haven't really talked about definitively saying we're gonna hire a company. I will tell you that based upon ordering of the equipment and everything, our intention is to start the program by October 1st.
Right.
Going forward, I just don't know what version we will see and how quickly we get fully implemented to where it's at. But if there are any problems, please contact us as far as what's happening. with
Well,
the
once it's
new
implemented,
model.
I would ask you all, once it starts, the program starts, just to give us a 90-day window of what our metrics are looking like, what the company and/or the combination of the company and our employees were able to do as far as catching these hogs and what they were doing with them afterwards, please. I'd like a report on that.
Absolutely, and I do want to piggyback off of what he was saying because there is an ebb and flow when it comes to wildlife mitigation, and it's going to constantly change as our city grows. So even if we have successful metrics now, with the growth of our city, or even potentially building a border wall, like your metrics it's going to be very,
gonna be an
very
ongoing
different.
problem
Yes.
for our city. It certainly
Yes, and it will only increase as we increase or take away the water supply from the animals that are out there right now. So,
Thank you.
Just
Appreciate that.
Mayor?
Yes, go
Mr. Knapp, and really quick, out of those 3 positions that you intend to pull over to animal care, will that be in Ms. Bluestone's, I guess, discretion to figure out whether she's going to need them as intake officers or out on the field? And I say this because in the next month and a half, we're going to open a South Animal shelter as well, and that's going to help a lot with 1, 2, and 3 as well. So I just want to see if she's going to be able to, because I believe she had support last year. She wasn't able to present, but now we're here again, and we want to see if she can classify those positions as per intake officers, or she's the expert there.
And Mayor and City Council Member, yes. So the idea and exactly what we've been doing with each one of our directors that have gotten up there and spoken, we rely upon the directors in order to determine. So we're gonna give additional resources to animal control. Animal control is gonna say this is the priority of the use of those positions. It's a little different with the priorities as it is with the level of service as well too. They balance out, right? I mean, when you look at that system. So we want to make sure that she has all the resources that she needs in order to get done, that we can place into this thing. And again, when we don't have enough resources, our directors are very good at coming forward and saying we need additional resources. And so the idea is to lay it in animal control's hands as the professional for that service and saying, this is where I need to allocate the people. And that's why we have the reclass system as well as all the positions that we have in there. Yes, sir.
Great.
Go ahead.
Councilmember Gonzalez and I and others were vocal the last time when we had the discussion that the priority for cats and dogs, the stray population that we have, remains. So I'm very happy to hear that 3 FTEs are going to be redirected to your purview to handle the special operations of feral hog, because again, the priority is always the stray dogs, the stray cats, because we know that really does impact public safety.
And also, Councilmember Mayor,
Go ahead.
that's the 3rd rank calls in the 311 system, which is the stray animal population. So.
Yes, go ahead.
Ms. Bluestone, you were talking about, I don't know whether you have the numbers here. When you have the breakdown, I think it was, no. You had a great chart the last time when you were at city council, the number of cats and dogs, and where you were at with totals. And the,
So are you requesting like how many we take in annually?
Take in and then spayed and neutered and all that kind of stuff. And the reason I'm asking that is because I want to get a view of, with the current staff that you have, what is your ceiling in terms of the capacity of them picking up spayed and neutered, spayed cats and dogs, straight cats and dogs. And my point is that with the amount of people and the shortage that you have right now, you're limited as to your intake, right? Because of space capacity and because of the number of FTEs that you have.
Here's what I will tell you. we do not limit our intake. We do not believe that we leave any animal out there just because it's a capacity issue. At that point, our staff unfortunately has to make very tough decisions to reduce the census at the shelter, so we maintain being able to bring in animals at the shelter. I'll kind of lay it out here. We get between 6,700, 7,000 animals in the shelter annually. That's more than Corpus Christi. That's more than Austin. So from a population level, and a lot of this has to do with the location and where we are in terms of where Laredo is on the border. A lot of that has to do with that. If you compare it to El Paso, it's a pretty good comparison, even though that they are 3 times our size. If you break it down, our statistics are about a third of them, which is appropriate, right? But there is the same demographic. So with other areas, our staffing is lower, but you know, I mean, we take in a lot for the population that we have here.
Yeah, so I'm glad that you said that, only because it shows the compassion and the go-gettedness that your department has. But in terms of, if we put 10 more people in there, we're just gonna double up on the intakes that we have right now.
Best practices suggest that we have 24 officers in the field and we have 21 animal care staff.
Well, let me put it to you this way, let me turn it around.
Sure. You can't just add officers without adding animal care
but,
techs.
I mean, but are we putting a dent on the number of animals out there that need?
No, because this is a very reactive approach.
Yeah.
If you really want to put a dent in it, then the investment needs to go into education and spay and neuter.
Okay.
But it has to happen at the same time so that we are not left with an absence of public safety.
Right.
So no, it is not putting a dent in it.
Okay. That's right where I was.
It's a Band-Aid. It's a Band-Aid.
Okay, so that's where I was headed at.
Okay.
That we at the public level need to understand that is where we're at. You know, that we can invest as much as we can on this thing, but it's a long-term process to get it under control and to figure out how we're gonna, but it's gonna end today or tomorrow. It's not gonna end today, tomorrow. We're just gonna continue to work with the resources that we have right now.
Correct.
And we'll continue to maintain as we move along, because we don't have the capacity right now to get you an army of people out there to try and get this thing turned around.
But even with an army of people, the priorities are not just going out and picking up dogs.
Right.
Again, that's very,
It's
very
education and
reaction.
all that,
Yes. It has to be done in tandem.
Okay.
So.
Right.
So, just before we wrap up, Mr. Knapp, these 3 positions would be, hopefully, that you're gonna incorporate, be possibly for the beginning of the fiscal year.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, the intent is, I think, and as I've talked to some of you as well too, you want kind of a definitive date saying, I don't know how long it'll take to buy the equipment and bring it in. We know we have a listing of it, but we have the funding for it. We just have to get the proposal out and find out where we're going.
I'm talking, about the positions that would help, her intake office and stuff, the 3 positions.
Yeah, the 3 positions will start immediately, in order to see if we can actually even fit it in before this end of this budget as well too, but because we're having a budget conversation for next year, October 1 is a definitive great date to say this is when it will start with those positions.
So we're good? Motion to approve?
Second.
Thank you.
Motion and second.
Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. All right. Next is?
Seeing it, Mayor, it's just to bring you up to date with the list of what we had that, you know, and I would recommend, unless you have very specific things about item 15, it's just that if we added everything else in there, if you had any specific questions, I don't think those are necessary. But we only missed 2 right now, engineering and parks. And so whether or not you want to talk about either one of those.
Yeah, Mayor, if anything, just, can we bring parks up just to have a little conversation of going?
Let's bring parks up.
Motion brings parks
I
up.
think the recommendation, you guys have been working really hard. We're coming down to the end
Yes.
of the conversation, so congratulations on that.
No, but at the same time, we gotta, Mayor, if I may?
Yes, go ahead.
You know, I just also want to thank all the directors, management and everything coming together, bringing these proposals, this budget, knowing what they have, even though we have conversations back and forth saying that, identifying, FTEs, identifying problems. I want to thank all the directors for taking their time, leaving everything behind, letting your staff run the place while you over here presenting the budget for our community. So thank you so much for everything you've been doing.
All right.
Good afternoon, Mayor. Jose Valdez Jr., Assistant City Manager and interim Parks Director slash temporary Parks Director.
Former council member.
Former city sec, anyways. Thank you very much. I'm gonna take a cue from Councilmember Garza. I think you said you had a speech. What was it, 15 or 10, 5?
3, a 5, and a 7.
Okay, I have an hour-long one. Hope we got time.
I don't think you have.
I'm just kidding. Thank you very much for allowing us to present.
Mr. Valdez, no mission statement?
No, it's to make sure that the community is entertained, and we're here to help. So, now, it alters a little bit from what we have in our presentation, but I wanted to add some of the information, additional information of things that the Parks Department does. I'd like to introduce Ms. Anita Stanley. She's our Assistant Director in charge of Recreation and Administration and Facilities. And then over here, our Assistant Director also, Mr. Tommy Ramirez Jr., ¿verdad? The third. The third, he's in charge of our operations. With us also is Mr. Lesage, and I'd like to ask Tommy if he could introduce our superintendents. We had asked, or we were planning on bringing our superintendents to the meeting because we wanted to introduce them. They are really the backbone of the department, including them. The little time that I've been here, I've had an opportunity to get to meet more or deal with them more one-on-one. And I've realized that they are the backbone that get the job done for the whole department. So I'll ask Tommy just to introduce them. They would have been here, but they're out there getting ready for all the events that we do. So.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Valdez. Tommy Ramirez. The part of Parks and Recreation that I oversee is the following. So maintenance, our maintenance superintendent is Mr. Kiko Flores. He's been with the department for, I believe, over 10 years. Athletic superintendent, Mr. Joe Ariola. I think he's been with us for about 4 years. Our construction superintendent is Mr. Gallo.
Feels like he's been here.
Edgardo, yeah, Gallo.
Because he does such a great job.
Yeah, it's Gallo. I'm sorry, I can't remember his last name right now. Guevara, my bad. Guevara. Our horticulture supervisor is Mr. Navarro. And then our Buena Vista Sports Complex superintendent is Mr. Lesage.
On the administrative side, we have administration. I oversee that. Vero Gaitan is the one that helps me the most. Recreation centers, that's Christina Morin. She's our manager. She oversees the rec centers on a daily basis. Aquatics is Jose Renteria. He's been with us for a while, and he does an awesome job. We've got our parkland dedication, and that is Elizabeth Carrera. She oversees the actual visual of all the maps, and the drawings that are coming in from the developers. And then special needs, and that's Jenny Sanchez. This is our newest division. We're extremely excited about it. It's growing exponentially, and we're getting a lot of exposure as a city from other cities as well as a department. And we also have our special events, Buena Vista, and then we also oversee the MAX, Parkland Acquisition Fund, the 3 funds that we oversee, Recreation Fund, Parkland Acquisition, as well as the Max Mendel.
And we also have, you mentioned Ramiro? Ramiro Ramos, he's our special events superintendent. Let me finish the sentence.
Yeah, you gotta say it.
Nora May, yeah. Ms. Nora May, she's also part of events. She's a superintendent in charge of mostly marathons, but a lot of other things. And everybody works together to help each other get through the day and to make sure that all events are successful for the city and for you all, and for the citizens more than anything else. So these are our FTEs, and we have 249.46 FTEs, and that's based on a person that's 5'9". No, I'm just kidding.
Get to the money.
There is none. That's the problem. No, I'm just kidding.
You got millions. I mean, we could cut if you don't need it.
Yeah, no, we need more money, but we're good. We'll get the job done. So Buena Vista, we have 19.8 FTEs, and these are the positions. We can go into details if y'all want to get there. These are some of our accomplishments that we completed, initiated. These are 2027 goals. Read all about it. More goals, and then, okay, I'm gonna ask Anita to go over the money.
Currently, we have proposed $22.3 million. We've got $22.3 million in expenses, and proposed revenues are $610,000. So that is an increase from last year, and it's pretty much the personnel, and that's the cost of living increases. So we don't have any new personnel on this budget. So as I said, that's the cost of living increase.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
So all the FTEs that you're requesting, they're already on the budget, on your previous budget, or are you requesting those new FTEs?
Like every department, we all have needs, wishes, and dreams, and we're not getting any new FTEs, but we will continue to provide the service that we do. And so that's not gonna differentiate the quality of the service that we provide. The only thing, and I was telling Mr. Neb when we were discussing this earlier, that I would only ask that you all please be patient when we try to do, because a lot of our folks work on a lot of events, and so they go into comp time,
Yeah.
and so sometimes we have to give them that time off, so.
That's something, Mayor, if I may, that's something I was gonna suggest, or not suggest, just, keep in mind that that's why I'm asking them new 50s. I know that you're all the people out there working, they work hard. I know we do events. You guys cover every event that we do, and you do a phenomenal job. Our 4th of July event was huge. We had great support from Parks and Recs. So that's why I'm asking. I know we put a strain on the employees, working at 5 o'clock, but 2 days before, getting all the stuff there, and they get multiple events at that time as well. So, and when holidays comes up, like Christmas, which is Halloween, all that. So that's why I'm asking. It's like, is there any recommendation in this budget that you might need 3, 4, 5, maybe 2? I'm just saying, FTEs. I know it's always, it's 110 degrees weather out there. Having 6-man crews, 4-man crews going out there, maybe 2 or 3 crews taking care of one area, and I know they get overwhelmed with the heat. Working, assembling all the barricades and all that. So my question to you is, how can we not only, because we utilize Parks and Recs most of the time, more than most of the time for events for the community. So I'm asking, like, how can we help in a way that it's within the budget, right?
We appreciate that, council member, we really do. I think one way, and I think you all did it this year, you all held an event that included 3 districts, basically, right? And so that helped out a lot, because a long time ago in another galaxy, when I was on council, we would have maybe 1 event for the city. And so I understand the city keeps growing, and now we have events, different areas of the city. But it's always hard, especially on our employees, when we have them on the same day. And so if there's opportunities to combine them, that would help us out a lot. It really would. And for our staff, because on holidays, everyone's willing to work. The problem is they also want to enjoy the holiday. So that's also a burden on them sometimes. And it's not that they don't want to work, they just want to enjoy the holiday. But we still continue, and right now, we're not asking for anything right now. We will continue to work hard for the city as we've always done.
Yes, go ahead.
So I will mention something that I was happy to support, and hopefully it's a help, is a grant match. So the Lomas del Sur Parks and Trail improvements, well, it's a Texas Parks and Wildlife, I believe, grant program, and it requires a 50% match. And that'll be from, I was asked, and I totally agree, for my discretionary funds to be able to provide that match. And I think if that's a way to, expand the services that the parks can, and the amenities that the parks can provide, that is what our discretionary funds are for. So that's another way for us to support the parks.
We appreciate that, we really do. We don't always want to go there first, right? We want to see if we can figure it out internally, but if we can't, then we work with your council assistants, and we'll let you know also, or directly, when we need to.
I think the opportunities, because I'm sure they need to be specific. Every grant has its objectives, and you have to meet those. So if you can just share those opportunities with us, it may be that we don't always have that discretion or the ability to provide those funds, but I definitely would like to know if there are other opportunities, because it makes a dollar stretch. And in the case of the Lomas del Sur, it's a park that they've been waiting for a couple of decades. But the plans are beautiful, and I'm very excited. I do hope that it's successful, because it'll be such a great amenity for the people there.
Thank you. And we want to thank council also, because you all do a tremendous job in supporting the department. I mean, besides the other departments, but you do a heck of a job, supporting us. And so we appreciate that. I just really wanted to go really quickly, if there's still time, for Mr. Lesage to talk a little bit about Buena Vista.
Go ahead. Thank you, Mayor. It's still unclear to me as to what happened to the funded FTEs for the riverfront employees, because I still don't see the maintenance occurring along Las Palmas. There was a lot of work that actually residents, and that we had this partnership with residents last year to clean up the area, and now that their work is finished, it's overgrown again, and there's no riverfront maintenance.
So
along, I know it was along all of.
Yeah, last year, with some of the agreements that we have with Border Patrol, where they're in certain areas, the department at that time decided to also utilize them when necessary, because again, we're short-staffed, so we utilize them in other events and other things like that. But they go out there and they do
Yes, sir.
they do the maintenance.
I was just there a couple, 2
Well,
weeks.
they're not there every day, that's what I'm
but
getting at.
this is- you had residents doing the work that the city should have been doing.
But I don't think they were forced, we didn't ask them to
It
do
was a
it.
partnership, and this was, but now that work has been completed.
The program's over?
Yeah.
Okay.
For the time being, there's no maintenance, so all of that work is going to waste.
So
Because there's
we'll
no-
make sure
and
that they
it's-
get
and
back
it's
on schedule.
dedicated Park space, there's a sign that says Las Palmas, we've talked about this every year, and it continues to.
Okay. We'll make sure that gets on our schedule for
Mayor,
maintenance and
Mayor.
operations.
Just to piggyback a little bit upon that information is like I have seen the results of the collaboration you've done with Border Patrol on Bad Park, all the cleanup they do it on that area. But I haven't seen it maybe on the Palma, but on the south side end, which is the parks, which is Bad Park. They have cleaned up the area, which is they take care of the other maintenance, all the grass and the tall grass. They do go around the trees, they set up the trees and they clean around the trees to make sure everything. So that's a great help, and it doesn't hurt our budget as well, because I know that you go in a collaboration and they pay for that cleanup along the riverbed or along the riverside, even all the way to Parque España, all that area. They maintain that area clean as with the maintenance of the grass and all that. So I have seen it, but I understand what Ms. Councilman Cigarroa is saying, that maybe there's more conversation on that.
Mayor, thank you, Councilmember Rangel. And yes, there's that great partnership with Border Patrol, but we specifically hired the FTEs for the specific riverfront maintenance, and
Mayor,
It's-
if I may, yes, so
Yeah, go ahead.
2 years ago, I think we hired 12 additional people in order to maintain along the riverfront, because we have 5 parks, we have a lot of system in there. One of the things I want to make sure that everybody remembers as well too is that the Las Palmas area, we have a contract with Risk to manage that area. And so we would not normally put people in the Las Palmas area because of that contract. We work in collaboration with them, but I would argue that that's why there's a little bit of a
they
difference
get money?
between the Las Palmas area and the remainder of that area. I don't disagree with council member that we can do a better job of what we're doing out there as well too.
Oh, that's what I'm
but-
gonna ask.
But I want to make sure you understand that we have a contractual relationship with Risk to maintain the Las Palmas area.
well,
Sir,
I mean, there are other, it's not,
Yeah,
there are
I
other
know,
areas.
but I just heard
La
Las
Palmas,
Palmas was
yeah.
brought up as one of those examples, but at that area,
When they
we
said-
did
they said-
contractually enter into an agreement
And
before.
they
I-
stepped in because the city wasn't doing the
Ma-
work.
Well, is there any money involved that we're putting as, or grant money that's involved in that area, that we have that contractual, contract, you know?
There's
a grant.
Putting in there outside of the regular ongoing stuff, it's all related to the projects that we have. A lot of it is grant dollars. as
So
well.
there's matching from the city already?
Yeah, well, yeah, we are assisting within that. The Las Palmas area is that area that is being managed by the public as well as, and I would call them the risk volunteers as well too, because that partnership is why that area is that way. But then we get into the Secota Creek area and everything, and that's where additional city funds have been, are in some of those areas as well too. But
And
the idea is that, pick it up, I would like to address really quickly though, is that I guess the question I would have for council as well too is that how would you like this area maintained? Because depending on how it's maintained are the resources that we will allocate to that. Those 12 individuals that we have are maintaining essentially 8 miles of riverfront property as well too. I mean, that's the same area. So.
And so I'm sorry, Mayor, I was just gonna comment, that I think I was trying to mention that earlier, was that they're not there day in, day out. And so they're along the river in different areas. And yes, we had Risk that's helping, which we appreciate. But then we have events that happen throughout the city, and we need people to go set up for those events. So we have to pull them out. We pull other people out from different divisions. And so that's more of an operational situation, but we're not trying to leave any location unattended or unmaintained. And so if we need to go in there and be more hands-on, we will. We will adjust, and we will make sure that it's taken care of. So I'll make sure that that's a commitment from the Parks Department. I didn't really want to change the way the system is right now until the new director. And hopefully, I think we're very close to hiring someone. So that'll happen very soon. So I'll be resigning from an interim director as soon as we hire somebody. Anyways, so if there's no other questions on any other items or concerns?
Go ahead.
So I did, Mr. Neb, you did mention 5 city parks, but so on Wednesday, the Texas Parks and Wildlife Commission had their annual public meeting, and they had the greatest number of speakers that they've ever had, 101, to speak, and the majority, they were speaking about all sorts of programs, but the majority, of course, were speaking about the Big Bend National Park and the Big Bend State Park, where the federal government right now is bulldozing for border barriers. But I made remarks, and I made remarks simply because I wanted to highlight the amenities that we have along our river and what is at risk. It, in my opinion, is more than 5. Oh, you're looking at the Max Mandel Golf Course, the Father Magnabo Park, Los Martinez Park, the historic Paseo del Indio Trail, the Riverbend Nature Sanctuary, Traslaredos Park, Las Palmas Nature Preserve with the hundreds-years-old Washingtonian palms that are in the alignment right now. Hopefully we're discussing that. The Secota Creek Confluence, Slaughter Park, the Chacon Creek Bat Park, and the Santa Rita Park. And I just think, every opportunity we have, we need to highlight all of the amenities that we have on our riverfront because they are tremendous, they're well-loved, and it makes sense, right? In any city, the riverfront properties are some of your most valuable properties, and they present a great recreational amenities for our residents as a whole. And then you know, there are economic opportunities that I feel we have not fully developed. And that's fine too. A city grows and you begin to take advantage of these green spaces in order to increase economic activity, which again, we're looking at losing. But I hope in the negotiations process with the CBP, we're making it clear of all of the investments that we have made along the riverfront. We do need to make sure we maintain them because we don't stop that simply because of this threat, right? We don't know when it'll come, and people continue to want access to the river, to want access to either kayaking or fishing that their families have done since, you know, hundreds of years. But we do have a tremendous amount of investment along our river, and we need to appreciate it.
Thank you very much for those comments, Councilman.
And let me piggyback right off of that. This council, this staff have invested more along the river than a lot of previous years. Same thing of what we've been doing with every service that we're having out there. You're prioritizing exactly where you need to be. So thank you for all of that. We appreciate that. It helps us do all of our work as well too. And you mentioned about the Max Mandel, and of course we do have other staff. There's not only 12 people that run our entire system as well too. We add additional people because we have the ones out of Max Mandel and everything else. So we will move the right priority of this system in there as we take.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
Just question on Buena Vista, if I can ask some questions on Buena Vista is, what's the current revenue since we started to now, to this date? Do we have that revenue status?
We don't have that in my.
We don't have it in the presentation. I don't know it offhand, but we can get it to you on Monday.
Okay.
We'll make sure our council has that
Yeah, 'cause
information.
it's something that, you know, we want to, we want to showcase to our public that something that we build out of their, with their consent and their vote and their support, showing that it is working and it is, that it's being utilized and it's helping our community. So we want to show that it's one of the biggest, our second gym, which our first gym is our bridges, right? But our second gym is the biggest sports complex in South Texas, right?
Councilmember, Mayor, you know, just wanted to also highlight, we have been working, I just remembered, we have been in talks also with our solid waste environmental department, with Mr. Wagner, in discussions to see if at some point, and he's been interested in providing the service. We have to take care of creeks within parks also. And so that's stuff that they do. Those are things that they do, those are contracts they do. And so that would help us alleviate some of the workload that we have. So we're in, I guess, negotiations or conversations with that department, our environmental department. Not sure if it's gonna happen, but they're willing to see how they can help us out. Again, departments helping each other. So that'll free up our folks so that we can focus more on other needs that we have within the department. As far as Buena Vista is concerned, I mean, council has invested
43.
$58 million with the recent B1 that you all approved. And so that's a $58 million investment for the city. And so we don't take that lightly. And so unfortunately, you know, in the community, some people feel that it should be for free. It's not for free. Free doesn't pay the bill. And so we're trying to figure out how we can get revenues out of it. And so we're in it about 6 months that we've opened up since February, más o menos. And I think it's been very successful. I'll have Mr. Lesage go over some of the highlights, some of the numbers. But we are also looking at other opportunities for revenue, not just for the Buena Vista, but throughout the department. So we have those meetings where we're trying to figure out how can we generate some revenue. As you saw, our revenues are not close to paying anything that we spend on parks, but we understand the commitment and that council has made in the past and currently on providing these services for the community, right? And so we're just trying to see how we can get a little bit extra so we can, you know, help out with that expense that we take on. And so I'll let him speak a little bit on this, Mr. Lesage, if you don't mind, just on some of the highlights, the number of teams, how many out-of-town teams, things like of that nature. And if you all need any additional information, please feel free. We'll put a packet together. You have some of it there, some of the things that we've done, some of the events from last year, the events that we're doing this year, so you can compare and see how we've grown. And then if you need additional information, by all means, please reach out. I'll let Mr. Jose.
Mayor, council members, just some highlights on some numbers that we've done at this point. Really, this is about 5.5 months of operation since we got started in February. So we've had 2,400, and this is at the end of last month, at the end of July. 2,469 total teams on site. Total participants, 28,499 total participants. The total attendance with different people on site is 94,974. So we're on track to be over 100,000 people on site by the end of next month. We've had 379 out-of-town teams on site in the first 5.5 months. That's out-of-town participants, so 4,548 families, out-of-town families that come on site to play out of Buena Vista. A lot of different sports. We do baseball, softball, flag football, touch football. We do tackle football, soccer. This year, we're starting to do some programming. Right now, for 2027, we're booked right now through at least 1 or 2 events every weekend through December. There's one weekend that we have some in-house, but everything else, at least 1 or 2 events booked currently through the end of December. We also have right now 12 tournaments that are paid for, either paid for or deposit spending, 427 that are already, like I said, paid. Plus we have the in-house events, plus the city-sponsored events already on the 2027 calendar. So we hit the ground running, and it's getting bigger and bigger.
Mayor, if I may?
Yeah,
Yes,
before we
ma'am.
go there, I have something that has been mentioned to me by people that come here. In case there's tournaments that occupy all the hotel rooms, they're asking me if there's a place where there could be some RV areas, like not a park, but areas where they could put their RVs.
Mayor, I think you brought that item up at council, and so we have, I think, we have our current architect that's working on the Phase 1B. They're also looking at a layout where potentially it could be located. I think that was the direction of council, and we'll be bringing back something probably before the end of the month of September.
Not to
Just
lose
a
sight.
general idea.
Yeah. Okay, just not to lose sight of that. I think that's
Yeah.
important. All right.
Mayor, I just wanted to
Yeah, go
ask, because I know that this project, not you, Mr. Valdez, Greg,
Yes, ma'am.
do you have like your revenues versus expenses with you today?
I don't have that with me today, no.
So
ma'am.
are we in the red or are we in the black?
We're in the red right now.
In the red?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Is there a reason?
Yes, when we started this project, and when the former director, J.J. Gomez, we had discussions, and he presented to council that when we're considering hiring a management company, it was gonna take them, paying them $1 million a year, I wanna say it was $1 million, or so. It was gonna take at least 3 or 4 years before they break even. And so we've always had that in the back of our mind, and that's why I was mentioning that we're trying to get revenues, additional revenues, to try to help. We're shooting for 3.5 years before we break even. And I can't mention what we're working on right now, but very soon, hopefully, if everything works out, we'll have some exciting news in about 2 weeks or so.
You said
And
that
so,
2 weeks ago.
well, these 2 weeks, I mean it.
Okay, now, okay.
But that's coming, and that's gonna help generate a lot more for the facility.
No, but are we on track to break even sooner than projected, possibly?
Well, we're
It sounds
projected
like we're
about,
Getting a lot of interest.
Yeah, Mayor and City Council. The only thing about the management company as well too is there was no guarantee we were gonna break even. That was the whole concern about going that way. So when Mr. Gomez presented out the plan, our goal was to be break even within 3 years. And I believe we're on track for that.
very close, and so that's why we're trying to generate more.
Question is that we were really excited about the numbers that we are seeing out of Buena Vista. We have some growing pains that we're working through, but the data that we are seeing is that it is doing exactly what we had hoped it would do underneath Mr. Gomez.
Actually, I think if he was here, which he is, right, in spirit,
Yeah.
he would be pleasantly happy, because, I mean, we're at a point where I think we're surprised with the amount of attraction we've had for a lot of the games, and what's coming, so 2 more weeks, hopefully.
And Mayor, yes, yeah, really quick, and we saw the figures in the presentation, and those are great figures. I believe that's why we moved to approve Phase 1B. But yes, I've seen the movement there. It's right in my backyard, although it's a city project, it's in my district. So I visited there a lot, and I see, you know, the employees and the concession and everything just, you know, just going great, and especially when you brought us that data. But other than that, I just want to say that I see it moving forward. I guess no business would be in the black 5 months in, but it's a great. I mean, the way it's being managed and worked with an ordinance and stuff there, it's just going outstanding.
And we're very happy. I know Ramon was and myself were, Mr. Chavez and myself were involved in the selection with Coach JJ. When we hired Mr. Lesage, and he was the best qualified person, and we were hoping he was gonna come through, and he has. And so
I said that before. I passed by there through Cuatro Vientos, and I see that his city vehicle there very early, and then I pass there in the evenings, and he's still there on the weekends. It's just amazing, and I appreciate
our concern is that we're trying to generate enough revenue so that we can hire more people to help us out, because we're getting swamped with a lot of requests. I mean, Saturdays and Sundays, there's always something going on.
Oh, yeah, I've been in line on the concessions and stuff. That's why I think we're gonna build a second concession now, so revenue is gonna start even coming.
Yeah, and in the phase 1B, hopefully we're gonna start with the parking quickly. We've already talked to the architects that really has to move fast, because we do have a lot of projects that are coming up. And again, hopefully in 2 weeks, we'll have good news, and we'll do a little press conference, and everyone will be there, so that.
Yeah, and also,
y'all can hear
again,
that.
this is such a great investment. Not only brings quality of life, but the way it's being managed, I see this on the Black Bricks.
Appreciate that. And anyone has any concerns at all?
When do we get the sign? A lot of people have been asking, how do you go, they miss it. I've missed it several times.
We're working with the construction mayor on the loop.
Yeah.
It's very difficult to put anything right now. I
Let's
think
put a
there is a
temporary
small sign.
A flag or something.
We'll put something.
Yeah.
We'll get something done.
The mayor was almost gonna go, Zapata.
Mayor, if there's no other further questions,
Thank you, Mayor.
motion to approve.
Appreciate it. Thank you, council.
Motion, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes. Thank you.
Mayor, I do want to make a couple comments. I did have a concern with, the implementation. I'm gonna bring it up again, the marketing department. I see in the budget, we have a director, but we really don't have a director, or as far as I understand, he doesn't have employees, or we never see him. The idea was to get like a cohesive messaging for all the marketing and PIO. I haven't seen that. So, there's about 200 and something thousand for the marketing department, and I don't really see what that money is really going for, because my understanding is that employee's working under Bridge, but yet we're funding a director, which we don't have. So, Mr. Nab, what's going on with that?
Mayor?
Mayor, and I'm gonna let Mr. Valdez.
All right, go ahead.
As part of that department, we are developing it. We've already talked to several.
But it's been 3 years, 4 years.
I'm just saying, this is where we're at
Well, how long
today.
does it take?
Well, any
We're
response?
moving on it quickly, trying to do it quickly, and we'll have something very soon, I think in the next month or so. We are gonna be pulling people, PIOs from other departments, so personnel will be funded, and it'll be underneath the leadership of the individual that's there.
Mayor, Councilmember Perez had placed out there last year in order to get this work done. And it's taken a little longer to bring it about to fruition.
Well,
because it is about the consolidation of a lot of these different services. I want to give her a more definitive date as to when we trigger, and Mr.
Mayor.
Valdez is on the edge.
So, Mayor, if I may, and it's just to management. Okay, Mayor, if I may, it's just my question to management is like, okay, so where has, I understand we got a marketing director right now. We have a great, we got a great product. You know, they just gave us this opportunity. We have a great product. We haven't, I think we're saying we're in the red with the Buena Vista. But I think, you know, saying that we already have we already have the product, which is Buena Vista. We have the marketing director. He's been here for at least, what, a year and a half, almost 2 years? 2 years. So this has been running for the last year. Buena Vista's been running for the last year. It's just like, just imagine if we're doing so well in Buena Vista, bringing in this this funds and this revenue. And I know it takes time. I'm not trying to rush. What I'm telling you is that we know it takes time, but at the same time, we have a great product. We have, like I said, and I think that's just what Ramon says. I'm quoting Ramon right here when he said the sports capital of South Texas. We have, the biggest amenities from here all the way to Bronzeville and up. So why isn't that we have a marketing director and we haven't been able to market it out there and have at least our logo in San Antonio's, the valley showing off and marketing our stuff. And we're paying for that marketing director, not us. The citizens are paying that for that marketing director. And we can't get that, that project going right now at the moment.
Mayor, if I could, let me.
If I can say something really quick on that. So the Buena Vista Mayor, thank you.
Yeah.
We do have a marketing director within Buena Vista. That's part of the job.
Yes, sir.
They've been attending different conferences where coaches, teams, and that's the reason that we've had a lot of interest in the facility. People have been really happy to go see it, right? We also working with Convention and Visitors Bureau, who has a sports marketing person, also the Fidel Hale. Mr. Fidel Hale, and he goes to the conferences. They go together. They recently went to the Pony World Series because we're trying to work with Pony to bring other tournaments besides the ones that have been presented to council, in addition to those. And so there's a lot of interest, and so they have been pushing the product. We don't have billboards or anything like that, but we are talking to the people that actually bring the tournaments. And so those are the ones we're working with for that. So there's no lacking there.
Yeah, well, too. So the challenge we have as well too, and this is making sure that you're aware of what marketing we are doing. It does, I'm gonna make it very simple with that. It doesn't help us to just put within the city of Laredo, a Laredo is great sign. We need to put it in San Antonio. We need to put it away from here. And so that's why you don't see it as much as to what they are doing, exactly what Mr. Valdez is saying. But I want to make sure that I'll bring it back to, I think I wanted to address Councilmember Perez, but on your question, external marketing, we are trying to bring people in from, not from here. And so you will see more marketing. You won't ever see our marketing to a certain extent unless we say, here's the marketing that is out there for that. We need to make sure that we balance that out there. We don't need to tell our internal people how great it is. We have to tell the people externally outside.
Mayor, may I?
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Nab, I'm sorry, but I think you just highlighted the reason why maybe the marketing hasn't been implemented properly, because you're confusing marketing with advertising. Advertising is one facet of marketing, but when we talked about marketing, we talked about communicating with our community, getting the messages out there about what's going on, dealing with all kinds of messaging related things so that we get a cohesive message out there, not necessarily come to Laredo for tourism. Like, that is advertising that's handled by CVB, and I'm not talking about that kind of marketing. I'm talking about making sure like that somebody is running, I guess, the messaging from all the departments. You'll look at the Facebook of the bridge department is different. Like, it's not cohesive, and that's what we talked about, is getting PIO to be underneath the marketing department so that we have a director who they can run things by and say, no, that's not the right way to say that. There have been so many times where we put messages out to the public and they're confused. They don't understand. We haven't clarified things properly. We didn't put the right message out there. And that's what the marketing department should handle, which we do not have, and I guess it could be communications, right? We called it marketing. It's really communications. It's not just PIO. PIO is one segment of it, and the advertising is not even handled by them. That is CVB. That's trying to bring tourism into Laredo. That's advertising.
And I don't disagree with that, Mayor. And I don't want to convolute the two as well, too. I guess if it is about communicating to our public, the question then I would have is that what are we trying to communicate to them about the sports complex? Well, I don't want to put them together because Councilmember Perez is a much broader conversation.
Right.
It's an overall message.
So
The only thing I was going to add is
sounds so satisfying Friday.
think about
After this, until
what we've done with code enforcement as well.
I was like,
we implemented a code enforcement. It still took us another year to get code enforcement underneath the police department once we established that it was going. How many of you, even before I got here 3.5 years ago, we had talked about trying to consolidate code enforcement because there was all these different inspectors, all these different enforcement processes out there. And it took us that long in order to kind of bring it around. The communication side, and I love the word communication a lot more than the marketing and everything else, because it is about putting our voice out there. And so that has taken a lot longer because there are some inherent abilities out there for who all do we consolidate? Who all do we bring in there? Do we want this department to actually be the spokesperson for the police department or the fire department? I would argue, no, we don't want those pieces entirely tied down. What we've seen on code enforcement is that we've consolidated a lot of the code enforcement, but we've left some inherent abilities within the departments of what their responsibilities are. And it took a little longer. I would say that communications has taken longer to get to exactly that it should have been. I'll own that one. We've hired an individual that is our movement there. There's a lot of different variables that play into that. And that's why I say at the end of the day, by October 1st, we will have it all worked out. The budget is supposed to be inherent of having that independent part of there. I do have a listing, and I've talked just a little bit about it last Friday as well as other dates. We have a lot of different consolidation pieces. We have a lot of different, we have departments that I would recommend that, or different services, not departments, different services that we should either find a different way to do them or not do them at all in order to bring it back. I just need enough time to have that conversation.
All right.
No, I understand that, Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
I appreciate that, Mr. Neb. It's just that we have a marketing director funded, but we don't have a person that's doing director functions because this person is under Bridge as like an employee of that department and not necessarily encompassing the overall messaging for the city. And I mean, however you all want to structure that, but it's been longer than a year. We've talked about this for like 3 years already.
I've been here 3.5 years, and I do know that I wasn't involved in those earlier conversations. When we took action and said, and we created, I can go back in the ordinance and find out when we created the department. That's really what triggered my work in order to get there. It's been longer than it should be. I'm not going to take that away from it. But the reason that the individual is in the Bridge, because we had an opening within the Bridge and we could at least fund it in order to initiate that work. That work has been happening with the Bridge. That was the strength that we had. Now we will actually allocate the other funds to that position.
So, Mayor, if I may?
Yes.
In the meantime, Mr. Romero was doing the Port Laredo, which is made up of airport, Convention Visitor Bureau, Bridge, and economic development. And so they all put money into it. The funding does come from Bridge to get him funded. I'm not sure if he already is independent of that.
But it's here in the budget, a department with like 200,000 of funding.
Yeah, he's already, I think, independent, but I just want to highlight a little bit of what he has been doing. He put together, along with Port Laredo and their help, but he was he was putting together the Port Summit, the first one we've had. We're estimating 300 folks. We had over 600. People are already asking for next year. We've been asked by other organizations locally if we could put together, work together on those. We're looking at these options. It was very successful. I don't know if anyone got an opportunity to go. If not, for next year, it's something really interesting, a lot of speakers. He was working on that, and it took him months to get to that. He does understand what the task is. We've had meetings. We're going to have some meetings, actually, with Mr. Neb on his responsibilities moving forward as the director. And so that's coming up, and you heard it, October 1st.
All right.
We will have it ready for October 1st, and what we will do is more than likely, because like you said, in the budget, it shows $200,000. The intent of this department is a little bit bigger than that. What you'll see is you'll end up seeing a budget adjustment request, and it doesn't change the top numbers. It's going to move where the money is coming from. And we can do that a couple different ways, but we want it fully established by that time, so.
And then, Mayor, if I may?
Yes, go ahead.
So the auditor has recommended things throughout the years, like for efficiency purposes, the going cashless, other things. So, I do think we should try to incorporate that a little more. I don't see some of that reflected in the budget. So I'd actually like to also request the open positions spreadsheet, by the ones that have been funded by the date and how long they've been funded and unfilled. Do you all have that today? Yeah, if we can have that, so we can also, look at that for the next meeting that we're gonna have. And then I'd like to make a motion to direct the city manager to develop and bring back for city council consideration a comprehensive plan for the consolidation, funding, and cost allocation of citywide internal and shared services, including information technology, fleet services, employee separation costs, like retirement costs, like we talked about yesterday, and any other functions determined by the city manager to be appropriately administered as centralized or internal services to increase our efficiency. That's my motion.
Motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
Mayor, if anybody wants to hear from any other directors, if not, I'm ready to approve the.
Question? We have engineering to present? We have one more engineer.
Mayor, this is a great thing. Mr. De Los Santos started the conversation yesterday, and he may end it.
That's good.
Is that gonna, Mayor, are there any other departments we wanna hear from? Because otherwise, after this,
I believe it's gonna be.
we're gonna be ready to go.
Yes.
We still are lacking fleet.
Which one?
Fleet.
Fleet?
On our agenda,
What
yes.
time is it?
It's 4, I believe we'll have time.
Well, we'll have time. Yes, you can-
I'm ready to approve it now.
And Mayor and City Council, there is no motion needed for this one, or if we talk, right? Yeah. So all the real work is done, so you don't need to approve or.
Does fleet have to be approved as well?
It is,
And you've given us all the presentations, right? Okay, well, I mean, if we're not having to approve anything, then, I mean,
Do we need to approve budget?
can she stay here and listen to the presentations without a quorum? Because if we are done with action, then, because I know last year, they got upset that I made a motion to approve and when, the news made a big deal, but we were just listening to
Mayor,
department
I'd like
requests.
to, Mayor, may I?
Go ahead.
Well, I'm in the
I'd like to
middle.
clarify
Yeah,
that
let her
that
fin-
was
hold-
an
hold on, hold on.
entire day.
Hold on. Finish up, please.
Well, it's the same thing. I mean, if there aren't any needs to hear the departments, I mean, there's no other additional requests, then the budget's ready for approval unless anybody has any other.
Ms. Julia, would you
Objections,
like
right?
to say anything before we approve?
Good afternoon, Mayor. Elio de los Santos, City Engineer.
Afternoon.
If I may, real quick, I know council previously had mentioned that whenever there's any fees changes or any new fees that the department wants to bring forward, that's all I want to talk about in the presentation. If you all want to go over it after and have any questions, feel free to call my office or stop by. I just want to present a proposed ordinance
Sure.
that we're talking about. Obviously, there's no need for approval because I officially have to take it to your council as an intro ordinance and then a final reading. So
Just go ahead.
I'll just present it real quick.
Yes.
Less than 5 minutes. So this ordinance is for the overtime for our construction inspectors. So currently, what we're currently charging is not sufficient to cover just our basic costs for our construction inspectors. So the proposed fee is just so we can cover our expenses. There's no profit that the department's gonna be making, it's just so we can just balance our numbers. And that's all that I wanted to present. I already presented in the CIP all, it's right,
Oh, it's
It's not showing up on the screen.
well, I'm sorry. I don't know. I'm seeing it here.
There it is.
Okay,
Okay.
sorry about that.
There it is.
So currently, our weekly fees are $40 per hour. Weekends is $70 per hour that the contractors pay for our construction inspection fees. We're gonna be switching it to, or proposing a fee of $60 weekly, and then $80 per hour on the weekends. And this is just to cover the cost that the department takes over for their trucks, inspectors, their salaries, and their benefits.
All right.
Mayor, I have a question.
Any questions? Go ahead.
Thank you. So I apologize that we're upending the order of your presentation, but you do have a slide here that says proposed revenues by category, that it has overtime fees of 95,910 at 96% of the
So-
pie, and then scrap metal. Does that have anything to do with these overtime fees that you're proposing?
Yes, the 95,000, if with the proposed fee that we're proposing, that's all the revenue that we generate. We're funded through general fund, so all the revenue we get is from the overtime, and this is on an as need basis, right? If contractors don't work outside 8 to 5 Monday to Friday, then there's no need for overtime. So this is the projections that we historically have seen. So
And how are these revenues paid? I apologize, I don't understand how overtime is a source of revenue for your department.
anytime there's overtime, that money is charged, or that time is charged to the contractors.
Mayor.
So any project, when we go out for bids, they're required to pay.
Mayor,
Go
if I
ahead.
may real quick. So
Yes.
this is a service that the Engineering Department Inspection Division provides to developers of new subdivisions and residential and commercial. Our normal operations are 8
Oh,
to
I
5, and we inspect all that.
Okay.
If there's a special request after 5 on a Saturday or Sunday, which developers tend to wanna move their developments and not slow down, that's when this would kick in.
Oh,
All right.
So
It's voluntary, the contractor would request it at their own. They don't have to if they wanna work 8 to 5 Monday. to Sunday.
No, man. Yeah, and so now this makes more sense, only because I like it better this way. Ordinarily, you guys would sell a permit, and then you can get called at any time, right?
Right.
And it was always a losing proposition,
Yes.
because they pay it $1,500 for the permit, and then they'd call you $2,500 worth of time, you know? Okay, I get you.
All right.
So this is Mayor.
Go ahead.
So this is a fee schedule essentially, and you're asking for an increase in the fee schedule
Yes.
for a service that you are offering
Yes.
to developers in order that, and they take advantage of it because they want to more quickly get their projects.
Expedite the projects, night work and all that stuff.
Okay, it's just confusing how it's, but
Sorry about that.
appreciate that very much. Thank you. I'll move to approve the ordinance.
Second.
Motion and
Well, it's
second?
not here for approval, we.
We're gonna take it, we're gonna take it. But I just wanted to show it to everyone before.
All right, that's presentation.
Thank you.
I do have one more question, Mayor. I'd like to mention. So, I don't know if this is, specifically for the engineering department or if because it was on the CIP schedule, but there was an item that we did approve last time, that I didn't understand it, if you could explain it. The flagpole proposal for $1 million. Do you mind reviewing that? Does that, it seemed to me it came from engineering, I could be wrong.
Mayor, I'll step into that
Okay.
one as well too. As you're aware, I believe with the council had a conversation on replacing the flagpole that was on private property that was removed. And so the nature of where the council was is that we want to put the flagpole back. We've had estimates from $150,000, which I don't believe will match up to exactly a 300-foot pole, the size of the flag and everything. And so what we've done is we've placed into the budget $1 million in order to cover that, because we had early estimates about $750,000, in order for a 300-foot pole, I believe, and essentially replacing what was taken down. And so that's where that estimate comes from. We're not sure if that will cover it, but we do know that we had a preliminary number given to us by a veterans group that said this is what we would like to do. We actually believe that's going to be really low comparatively with that. And
Really low in the sense that $1 million won't cover the project?
no, the $1 million will cover it, but the proposal from one of our veterans groups was like $150,000. And I do not believe that would cover all the pieces that needed to go into this thing.
I guess my concern is when you're talking about $1 million flagpole and we were having a discussion about the need for an ambulance, there are priorities, and I just don't feel that a flagpole meets the priority over an ambulance. I mean, we're dealing with one budget, we have these needs, we've identified through fire just now that the ambulance is a priority, and we're willing to allocate $1 million to a flagpole and we couldn't find money in the budget for the ambulance.
And Mayor, and I won't take a position, argue on any point. I love all projects. But on the other side of that is that this is, the directive from the council from that time was to prepare a plan to put a flagpole back based upon the conversation of the veterans. And so that's what this was for. And it was placed into the CIP for that nature because we couldn't afford moving the project forward with our current cash.
I guess my hesitation is that when we have these ideas, we bring forth, but we're not necessarily attaching a dollar amount. And so then on the backside, the dollar amount is placed without discussion, without a prioritization, without an understanding that, okay, you want the flagpole, but it's $1 million. Instead of it coming back to council and saying, you want the flagpole, why don't we have a discussion with how much it's going to cost so we can make some evaluation if that should be a priority in our CIP?
So, and when we produced the CIP list and provided it to you a couple months ago, I don't know when the first time that we had presented it, it was listed in that listing as far as that balance.
Apologies,
I appreciate the request for additional scrutiny before they even make it to that far. The challenge is that, we presented the plan based upon what our understanding of what the request for the council was at that point.
All right. Okay. Anything else? All right.
Thank you.
Any other
No
department?
other presentations?
No, Fleet?
Fleet is the next one.
Fleet, okay, let's do it.
Fleet's been waiting here since yesterday.
Hey,
Ron, you're supposed to say, I forgot what I was gonna say.
Really caused a lot of problems.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Ron Miller, Fleet Management Director. Here to present you my 26-27 proposed budget. Well, Fleet Management is here to help everybody, and our mission statement is to keep the city of Laredo moving by delivering centralized, high-quality fleet management and support, ensure all municipal assets remain safe, operational, and ready to serve our community. Our accomplishments, because of our high-tech equipment, we've upgraded all our scanners to be able to diagnose the equipment that we have that keeps on changing every year. As part of an efficiency study coordinated with budget and finance and risk management to reconcile assets maintained by fleet with each department. This way, everybody knows exactly what everybody has. It came in from budget to handle that, and we went ahead and followed through with everybody to get it done. We implemented online auction for obsolete inventory. We've upgraded our oil tanks dispensing system, which was a very high dollar deal, but it was required for us to maintain a good inventory. We've had 3 online and 1 live auction for our dispose of 154 obsolete vehicles, and we generated $430,000. That is when we removed everything that was money to the city. So we've completed over 44,000 work orders. That is to maintain our fleet of 3,000 units. Our goals is to implement technological modification by upgrading fleet software to further automate work orders, maintain parts inventory, and track labor cost. Because of AI, we're looking into the system to be able to, instead of waiting for the vehicle to come in, is to maybe we can predict it. And hopefully with our RTA3 system, which is we used to have the classic, now we have 360, it's got AI and it's so advanced now. We've been on it for 3 months. We're learning it, we're going through it all. Because I have the monies, we're completing a metal shade for our diesel shop, which is 80 by 100 to get my staff out of the sun. We do have a small shop, but this is going to help to cover them up to make it easier for us to get jobs done. Our FTEs, you see it right there, we're 56 right now. We've proposed to go to 58. We're asking for one custodian and one automotive mechanic. Custodian because we haven't had one in the last 17 years. And everybody comes to our place to go to the restroom. And I can't keep the bathrooms clean, and I think it's important for everybody to go to a nice, clean place. Our total revenues and expenditure, if you look at it through the years, it's gone up. And a lot of the effects of this increase is due to when the pandemic hit us, we saw a lot of price increases. When the tariffs came in, you can see a lot of numbers came up in 25, 26. And all those factors cause us to be able, cause us to fix things, whether we want to or not, because our fleet's got to keep on running. We've got a lot of high-tech equipment, a lot of specialized equipment, that nothing is cheap out there anymore. We have to adapt ourselves. Yes, ma'am?
Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
Just to go back when you were, and apologies that there's a little delay, but the custodian, and you were talking about the state of the restrooms. Do you have mixed gender staff? Do you have males and females?
We have 2 bathrooms. We have one for Bailey, we have one for the, mainly, we have one because I only have 3 young ladies, but we have a bathroom there. And then we have the big bathroom for all the men that come in and all the drivers. And plus, everybody that comes from, that are out working, know there's a bathroom at our place, and they all show up.
Okay.
We were being assisted by the annex custodians, but they only come 1 time a night. I mean, those bathrooms should be cleaned 3 times a day.
Agree. Are the facilities roughly equal, minus, I guess, the size? Are they easily accessible?
Yeah, they come down the hallway right when you come to the shop, when you come into our facility, the hallway that keeps them separated from the shop work, they're able to get to it.
So just that males and females have the same services available to them roughly equally?
We try to keep everybody equal and give everybody the same services. So when we get back to our revenues and expenditures, a lot of factors are put into this. So this year we're looking at 27.2. But a lot of that, if you look at the next slide, is our expenditure breakdown. Of that 27, 21, almost 22 million has to do with contractual services. That's everything which you're going to see here. Fuel, just to give you an example of fuel right now, from February to right now, as of yesterday, compared to last year, we've had to pay over $1.2 million more of fuel.
Wow.
So the only thing that getting us through this year is that the beginning of the year was low. But if this trend continues, 7.3 may not even be enough, but we're hoping that the world comes into control.
Yeah.
So that's where we have to, that's why we had to make a big jump. I don't know what's gonna happen, but I have to maintain fuel for all the equipment. And our heavy equipment, all this is big bucks because it's high heavy equipment, high technical equipment at the landfill. We're only asking for 400,000. Really, that's nothing for when it comes to what we're dealing with out there. Out there just alone with 226 units, we're talking about almost $60 million worth of equipment. Where the rest of my fleet, the city fleet, is 2,800. This other side where I got the other 2 shops is 2,800 units. That's just to tell you how it can be out there with the equipment.
Yes, go ahead.
And you said contractual services. That means when you are working at full capacity, you have to hire outside mechanics
Services.
and all that.
I have to have outside services to help us get through a lot of these things because with the 3,000 units that we maintain, our staff is not adequate to handle it. But what we try to do, we do everything as possible that we can get equipment out quick. If anything's gonna get to where it's gonna be down a long time, we're gonna farm it out.
Yeah.
Because I can't hold a bay for 3-4 weeks because some of this heavy equipment that's at the landfill will be down for months.
Yeah.
Because some repairs start at $10,000 and finish at $200,000 after they finally evaluate them.
Right.
But we fix them because they're worth over $1 million.
And more so the ability to say now that the cost increases from that, for those contractual services from last year to this year I can only imagine
They're going up.
the,
We're seeing a big increase in all these things, and, you know, I have no choice. I've got to fix this equipment. Because if not, our constituents are gonna come to you that there's no garbage pickup, that the streets are not being paid, utilities is not being handled properly because our trucks are down. I mean, they have all these big old vacuum trucks that are worth $500,000. They go down, parts are not at the HEB. Takes time to get all this equipment in. Just to give. Well, that's a term in our
Yeah.
mechanical area, that it's not on the shelf. Our vehicles in our departments, I decided to break it down into public safety, into public service. And out of our fleet, there's 5 departments that take a majority of this. Just public safety is 765 units, okay? That's police. And you put fire, it's about 900. So it's running about 25 to, 30% of our fleet. Without that, with the cars that go down, our public safety is gonna be affected, so they have priority in our shop. We do everything in our power to keep all our police cars and everything rolling, whatever it takes. We have no choice. It's always been that way since I've been here for 20 years. And we make sure that happens. At the same time, we have utilities, 576 units. If the water doesn't flow because they don't have tractors to work on stuff, they're gonna come to you, complain, and they're gonna come to me why they're broke down. I don't break them, I fix them. Okay, that's the difference when things are out there. I have to sit there and wait. I can't predict them, but I can sit there and do my best to get them all fixed and running. You got parks. I call them the hand-me-down department because they get everything that everybody else turns in because they don't have the funds to get good equipment. So what I do every year, I get a lot of vehicles from utilities, from the people engineering that they have vehicles. I ask them to turn in the junk I gave them 2 years ago, or worn out vehicle, and give them another one that's better to keep them rolling. And they're always asking for equipment. And we do everything we can to accommodate them.
Mayor, so can you tell me what equipment you don't take care of there? You don't handle, fire trucks?
I don't handle the fire trucks or the ambulance.
Heavy road, excavators?
We handle, what we do is we service them, we do the minor repairs that we can get done. Anything that's gonna require big, heavy equipment to move off the parts, because a compactor goes down at the landfill, you need a crane to take off the wheel. You're talking about 15,000 pound wheel. And you start there, and then you have to remove most of the time the differential, and that leads into about $200,000. Okay, because when I talk landfill, when something breaks down, the first thing I go, do we got money?
Yep.
Because I know it's not gonna be cheap. I mean, you're talking about $1.5 million piece of equipment.
But Mayor, if I may, it's just a question to management, something is just, I've always wondered is why doesn't our enterprises have their own fleet? And their own fleet manager, so they can service and budget for that amount. My question, I don't know if management can answer that question or can later on give me an answer. Just, my question is why like our enterprises, which is utilities have their own fleet, leave solid waste, have their own.
They already pay us.
Yes, but at the same time, why not have them there? I know you take over, you take care of all the whole fleets of the whole city, most of all the city. Why put that extra burden, knowing that solid waste has their own, why not have their own fleet in their department, budget for themselves, and utilities have their own department and budget for themselves, and Mr. Miller or fleet can take care of public safety, and because public safety is a constant, it's a constant revolving door that over and over and over.
So, and Mayor and council member, this goes back to what, a motion that Councilmember Perez has already laid on there about consolidating. in my mind, we have not consolidated fleet completely because of the relationships with these departments, with relationships with all of that. I think that the motion that Councilmember Perez actually helped us with is that we will go in and we'll dig through fleet and we'll determine exactly how that is, because we either need to fund, and just so you know, in the last 3 years, we overhauled fleet. It was before I got here, you went through a big internal audit of fleet, and we actually reconstructed how fleet should be charging and everything else. And I think some of this is just carryover. It never got fully, completely implemented to the level it was, or should have been. That's what, I don't have a great answer for your question directly, but those are the variables of why I really appreciated Councilmember Perez's consolidation request, that motion, that directive that the council approved on. We can go now and we're gonna tighten all of it. Yeah.
And as it is, the staff I have out there just works on solid waste and landfill equipment. The staff I have out there that handles all that, that's their job. My shop over here, the other two shops handle the rest of the units that are in the facility, like I was marking down. You know, out of 33,031 units, solid waste is running around 363 with environmental put together, okay? All right, so that's 12% of our fleet. My other two shops over here take care of the rest of the fleet. Okay, it's about a good 2,700 units to keep everything going. We're proud of what we do, okay? We are. It's tough, but we get through it because in my terms, in my layman life of 40 years of maintenance, I don't know if anybody will understand it, fleet always at the bottom of the totem pole. People look down at us. It's tough in our operation. But we know that what we do is to help the rest of the city and everybody. Even though sometimes people blame us, we don't break them, like I said. We fix them. So that's where we're all at in our operations.
Yes, go ahead.
So, Mr. Miller, on this last page, you have the fleet shop, and where's this?
Which one? The solid waste?
This one?
That's the main shop where I have over here at the annex.
Okay, and so, but
That's all gas.
for solid waste, you're.
I wouldn't show it to you.
Well,
Mr. Mayor,
I think it's kind of important.
may I address the solid waste shop? Because I heard it come up. I was watching the council meeting when I was in San Antonio and I missed it. The discussion at that point when that was proposed, I used to oversee fleet, and I was here when I first got here. That's when we were going through the audit, and I worked with Mr. Miller to check off a lot of those boxes, and we advanced quite nicely. The biggest disappointment I had was in the planning of that shop. They planned it in a creek. And that's why it was gonna be $9 million, way over budget. So I gave direction I told them, go back to the architects and move it to the vacant lot in front, right off 359, so that we could literally not have to spend so much in soil and backfilling and all of that and have a floating foundation. So that was the last direction that I gave Mr. Miller before I was transferred or reorganized, because Ramon came on board as an ACM and Ramon has them now. And so that shop will be substantially less than that $9 million price tag under the new design closer to the highway, that it's not in a creek. So I don't know what the previous director of the landfill had in mind when he made that call. He was stuck with that location, and I told him no.
All right. Mayor,
All right.
So, yeah. Is this why this hasn't moved forward? Because if.
It has to be redesigned.
From remembering our conversations at that time, a lot of the safety issues were because there wasn't a closed facility, inventory was. I don't know, it has to go down. Inventory was exposed. I mean, there were issues, right? And I understand there's been a reorganization, but if you're just getting the shades now, are employees working out in the sun?
Let me tell you what our staff does. We have what they call a truck wash that solid waste had before. We've been there for over 20-something years. And like I told you back 4 years ago, it was in worse shape, okay? It is not a pretty place. There is a shade, very high, very short, but what I did, at the times that I did, I went ahead and added another shade under my expenses because I needed to get my people at least a little bit out of the sun. I also built a fixed 16-foot steel wall because the cell, the new cell, is right next to the shop. I had to do it to protect my guys from mainly the papers flying off the truck. Some of the dust. It didn't stop it all, but it makes it better. It could be better, a whole lot better, but that's the avenue we work in. And it's been like that. And we're going forward. I've talked to Bishop. I told him, look, we got to do something. If right now I need you to, I've got a big, there's a structure that they built years ago, too tall, but I'll work with that. Let's close it, add 30, 40 feet on it, close it in, concrete it, put something where my people can work out of.
Right. If I could direct this to management, I don't understand how we're still here all these years later after the issues that were identified that had to do with worker safety. And I understand that things have been improved and I'm grateful for that. But is this a safe working conditions for the employees? How is it that this very important service that you provide for this very heavy equipment continues to be done in less than perfect circumstances?
Mayor?
Go ahead.
At the end of the day, it's workable and it's shaded. It's not perfect. He's dealing with what he's dealing with while we redo the plans with engineering and the architect to make sure we get it moved. However, if you noticed at the end of the report, they're wearing their goggles, they're doing all the safety measures that they were initially flagged for. And so we really checked off a lot of the boxes, you know, as a team, all of us, to make sure that we move that forward. I'm hoping that in the near future, because it is an enterprise fund, that we'll see a lower expenditure or a lower estimate that we can get this done.
Mayor, for me?
Yes, go ahead.
So why did the architect proceed to make plans in a location that wasn't viable?
That was the director's
Yeah, but
thing.
doesn't the architect know that the topography doesn't sustain?
Well, what they did, a mayor and council member, is they did like a floating foundation in that type of creek bed. That it would just in foundation work was.
Who was the architect?
I don't recall. Able City.
Able City?
Yeah.
Oh, well, and if those delays hadn't happened, then we would have a
We'd
building
probably
probably
be-
already built, right?
It was the site the director chose was a bad site.
Yeah, but the architect should have advised, can you find a separate spot? Because I'm gonna make plans and it's gonna be very expensive. And this is not a viable location. But instead, they proceeded to make plans.
It
and here
wasn't
we are.
until the director was told no, and I was happy to do that, and say, you're not gonna do it there, we're gonna move it to the front,
Right.
period.
Yeah, so that's why it's been like that because it's just same
You know,
old
and
story.
a lot of these decisions that came about, I'm fleet. I have my property that the city has us take care of. Solid waste and landfill, we're accommodating them. We're working out of their facility, out of their property. So we depended on them to tell us where you want it, where you want to build it, how much. I mean, I designed the shop that we need for the future to make it so that it'll be here for the next 10, 15, 20 years. But with that, where it was being built, there was no way.
Mayor,
Any other questions?
Yes, so if if somebody of engineering could jump in here, the delay doesn't make sense. I get that the previous director had a terrible site. I will say that firms are hired, they're hired to the specifications that you give them. They don't make those choices. That is not how these contracts work. So if we've made the determination it needs to be someplace else, and it seems to be in the city departments, can we just find a place that's functional for what we need? And the fact that the metal shades are going up now after this brutal summer and the summers we've had before, I don't find that acceptable. I am surprised that it's taking us so long. I do understand things take a while, but can we please have a sense of urgency so we can get this issue finally addressed with protecting the equipment, and because the inventory was an issue, making sure that that's secure, making sure that it's got a dust-free place to exist, and mostly and most importantly is that the employees have a workspace that they can suffer minimally in this heat.
Overall, it's a difficult place to work, even with the garbage trucks. The exposure that we have, my guys have, we work with the heat off the trucks. We work with the fluids coming out of the trucks when they're breaking down.
Mr. Miller, I can appreciate that's very difficult, but I think that it's the job of either council or management to say, okay, let's mitigate what we can and move forward as quickly as possible.
That's fine. I mean, we do what we can with what we have. That's my job. My job is to make sure our trucks flow and move so that our constituents don't come back.
Mayor, if I may answer the question from the councilwoman. Yes, and I'll sit up with Bishop and Mr. Miller and see. I know that they're talking about like a temporary solution and adding protection to the current structure that they have, but I'll sit down with them and see exactly what their plan is. I haven't been entirely involved on their temporary solution that I'm hearing that they're talking about. But so I'll make sure that that's a priority for them and for us on top of all the other priorities that we have. But we'll make sure that this is on top of it, and we'll come up with a different solution based on whatever funding they still have available, and then we'll if there's a need for them to come back and present something to council, we'll definitely do that.
I would appreciate that. It seems very vital that we solve this problem. It's an incredibly important service that's being provided, and yet we can't have substandard conditions for the employees to be.
I understand.
Go ahead,
Mayor,
Councilwoman.
if I may. And that kind of goes back to the point that we made last time, where we should have like a checklist for the companies that we hire, as far as if they come out under budget, over budget, they take long to complete projects, because we keep hearing these delayed projects, and it's all comes back to the same people. But do you have anything else to present?
No, I'm fine. I'd like to thank the council for taking the time to listen to me. We're here to serve.
All right,
That's
thank
why.
you very
for
much.
all your hard
Appreciate that.
work. We appreciate you.
All right.
Are we done?
Yes, we are done.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the contingent to what the mayor discussed at the beginning with the pending, other pending like negotiations with CBA, as far as we're not approving a finalized budget because there's still a lot of uncertainty on some of the numbers, but we are gonna have a meeting on September 5th, I believe, or in September, correct? To follow up on some of these, to give another final pass-through. So I'll make a motion to approve for now, contingent on all the discussed items.
Motion.
Mayor, point of order, are we approving this budget, or what are we doing? Can you specify it for us?
You're approving the contingent budget, essentially. So we will bring to you on the first meeting in September, we will bring you a complete budget within there. We'll be farther along in those other conversations that we're having. We will adjust accordingly if we have to, if we can't meet it within there. And so the budget will be, it'll be essentially the first reading, the introductory of the budget. At that point in time, we'll make any final adjustments, and then depending on the structure of that, then that'll warrant that. September 14th or 15th, we establish the tax rate, which matches up for this budget as well too. And then final approval of the budget was September 17th, I believe is the
Do we need to have a motion?
I'm sorry?
Do you need a motion? Doesn't sound like you
The
need.
question is, do we need a motion?
I don't think you need a motion from
Okay.
this point. You.
Oh, well
we've
then I'll
delivered the
rescind.
entire budget. We've delivered the entire budget. We've
All right.
taken
Motion
into
to
account
continue.
everything that was there.
Withdraw.
So you don't need a motion then?
Just a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn. All in
Second.
favor? Second. Meeting adjourned.